Kia ora, good afternoon. Welcome along to Newtown Park in Wellington for the 18th Capital Classic, sponsored once again by Team Ledger Harcourts, and in a year where we have the World Athletic Championships that have been postponed from last year to this year in Oregon in July, and just after that the Commonwealth Games at Birmingham in England, and some athletes here tonight who are on the cusp of setting standards for that. Some who we know will be at those events here tonight, along with some up-and-coming athletes, some new stars that we will uncover tonight or that will uncover themselves in this season. My name's Mark Rosanowski. Alongside me is Rhys Buck. Rhys, welcome in. We start with the track events the field events this afternoon. Track events being a highlight for you a little later as a former miler yourself. Today, one of the highlights will be the return of the under 20 mile. Last run for the men in 1969 and won by Rod Dixon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a pleasure this afternoon. Hopefully we're going to have Rod Dixon up here with us in the commentary booth, maybe for a little chat beforehand, but also to maybe have a little bit of commentary from him during those junior mile championships. Certainly it's great also to have the junior women's mile added to that. It'll be the first time that will ever be contested. But no, we also hope to have, we believe Angie Petty may be coming and joining us in the booth during the Women's 800, so that'll be really good to have a former star, a current star, up in the booth during some of the events later this afternoon.
Women's high jump going on down in front of us. Imogen Skelton just over 1.76 metre there, as we will work you into the field events that are currently underway. Rhys, we've already had a meet record set by Tapanisa Javier in the Team Ledger Harcourts women's shot put with an outstanding put of 15.92 earlier. Yeah,
one of our young up-and-coming shot putters. There's a whole bunch of them, men's and women's, but look, she threw 15.02 just a little bit early in the season at Lovelock Classic, and coming off a personal best late last year, 15.45. She's come out today. I think what you were saying earlier, 15.92 is our new meet record for that women's shot put. So great to see the youngster Javier there doing so well on the women's shot put.
Kelly O'Hagan over 1.76 in the women's high jump, and just having a look through Imogen Skelton clear at 1.72, then 1.76, which was the jump that we saw in Kelly there through 1.76 as well. Josephine Reeves out, it would appear, which would be a bit of a surprise for the national champion, Josephine Reeves, but it looks like she's missed out at 1.76.
You know, obviously a disappointment for the local fans. Josephine, one of our rising stars in Wellington, been doing very well over the last couple of years in the women's high jump.
Maddie Wilson next up. And comfortably enough over. We have to talk about the conditions, Rhys, which obviously are essential for good performance in pretty much every event, and at the moment we've got a bit of a warm bath here in Wellington, and the breeze, although it picks up from time to time and just blowing a little now, it hasn't been too bad up until now.
Yeah, look, it's ideal conditions for most events. I'm sure by the time we hit some of the middle distance events later on from 6:30 onwards with the junior mile, and then obviously later this evening with the 1500s kicking off just before 8 o'clock, hopefully that wind will have died down, but certainly for these high jumpers out there, absolutely beautiful jumping conditions.
Men's triple jump over in the back straight, furthest away from us. Ethan Gow is on the runway, 17-year-old from Christchurch Old Boys. Was third at the Cook's Classic last weekend with 13.67. Last couple of weeks, Rhys, a number of these athletes have been out at obviously the Cook's Classic in Wanganui, and prior to that the Potts Classic at Hastings.
Yeah, and you mentioned before about obviously we're coming into a season with Commonwealth Games, some major championships coming up. Hopefully, what we'll hopefully be talking about is a post-COVID era of athletics. But look, we've got an amazing month of athletics coming up just domestically in New Zealand. A lot of our throwers here today will be heading from here to the Solar Power Throwers meet out in Lower Hutt tomorrow. We've got the Sir Graham Douglas International up in Auckland at the Douglas Track and Field facility there on the 20th of Feb. International track meet, it's all kicked off, and we'll be going the Continental Bronze Tour meet down there in Christchurch. They've got some huge prize money up on the 26th of Feb. and kind of a wrap-up to the season. Early season finished this year, 3rd of March. They're going to be doing a 4-day meeting this year for the National Track and Field Champs, combining kind of the juniors for the first couple of days, the seniors for the next couple. So athletics doing what they can to get around these COVID restrictions, but we've still got a great domestic season of athletics ahead of us.
Indeed, we just saw before there at the triple jump and the update there, Scott Thompson, the national champion, currently leading there, 13.61, which he's jumped twice. Won the national championship with a jump of 14.65. Won at the Cook's Classic last weekend, 13.82, fraction down on that today, 13.61 with 2 of his jumps, and then passing at the next on the runway now, number 245, Cody McPhail. Young Cody out of the Taranaki, just 14 years old, jumped over 10 metres at the Cook's Classic last weekend.
And you're just mentioning there Scott Thompson. I think it's worthwhile mentioning his sister competing in the women's triple jump as well. The longevity of their father, who's been competing in shot put in a number of events, coaching them over the years. We might be looking at some young athletes that we might still be seeing competing in 20 or 30 years. It's certainly a family that has been immersed in athletics, and it's great to see Scott and Anna still competing at such a high level.
Speaking of high levels, 1 metre 80 now at the high jump bar. Obviously, you mentioned earlier the restrictions under which we are racing. Obviously, we're restricted as to what we can do. The events have been elongated a fraction in the field, so we can sort of work in pods this year and largely keep people separate and within the regulations of the current red light traffic system.
Yeah, and I guess it puts a little bit more emphasis on this awesome coverage that's been able to be put together by Athletics New Zealand, skysportnext team. Because there obviously are restrictions here at the track, we do have some spectators flowing in, but there's certainly some limits around how that is able to happen.
Indeed, not as many as we'd certainly get in as a rule. Imogen Skelton over 1 metre 80. We were talking to Richard Willis earlier, father of course of Nick, who we see ran for the 20th consecutive year a sub 4 minute mile, but Richard was saying that he was speaking to Terry Lomax, said this is a very strong women's high jump field this year.
Yeah, certainly. Just looking at the names and the personal bests of these girls, I think we're lucky to actually see such a great field, especially because we were last year, or 2 years ago in fact, with Eleanor Patterson coming out and jumping 199. Such an amazing competition 2 years ago, and without the Australians able to be here, without the international competition, and New Zealand's able to put together a women's high jump field like this, that's actually going to hopefully push them all to greater heights.
Kelly O'Hagan just running through the bar there. She's at 180 here. She did win the Cook's Classic last weekend with 181. So she's in the right sort of form to clear a metre 80. All going well at her next attempt. She's won silver at the last 2 nationals, has Kelly, but as I say, it's stiff competition here as we go back to the triple jump, and 183's Ethan Gow. Field of 5 for the men's triple jump. Replay there of Ethan Gow, the hop, step, and the jump, which can take a physical toll on the body, which I have personal experience of, although 3 decades ago now, to be fair.
Yeah, look, I think we're both getting... sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying, you were mentioning kind of about the history of the sport, kind of where you've got to, but I think we're all getting to that stage, sitting up here in the booth, trying not to mention our past accolades and try and kind of enjoy the action out here on the track. We certainly do have some exciting events lined up later. Certainly we were talking earlier about the the junior miles that are back on the schedule. First time ever for the junior women's mile. A reinstatement of the New Zealand Junior Men's Mile Championship. Look, men's and women's 1500 after some great miles up at the Cooks Classic just a couple of days ago. We're looking at some really good men's and women's 1500s at the end of the day.
Maddie Wilson there, knocking the bar down at 1 metre 80. She finished second in the Cooks Classic with a clearance of 178 last weekend. As we update there, Imogen Skelton clear, and the only clear through at 1 metre 80. Keely O'Hagan and Maddie Wilson missing their first attempts. Jessica Hendren still live too after that clearance of 176 at her second attempt, and she also took a second attempt at 172 before clearing it. Here she is, athlete number 200, Jessica Hendren, out of North Canterbury. She brings it down. She'll be pleased getting this high. 177 has been her best in the past when she won the National Secondary Schools Championship in 2020. She cleared 174 at the Cooks Classic, finishing fourth at the weekend.
Another event on the schedule we've got scheduled for at about 4:30, I think, so we're not far away from that now, is the Patisserie Delight 3,000 metre men's and women's track walk. And there's been a bit of a resurgence of race walking in the South Island and in Auckland. South Island group coached by former national championship title holder Rosie Robinson, and the Auckland group coached by the recently retired Commonwealth Games medalist Alana Barber. So yeah, really good to see. Hoping to see some good competition out there in that combined men's and women's 3,000 metres track walk at 4:30.
Women's javelin is underway with all the motley out of South Canterbury there with one of the early throws. Good conclusion coming up to the women's high jump with 3 still live, and we just had Keely O'Hagan clear 1 metre 80, so I think 2 now over 1 metre 80. Imogen Skelton and Keely O'Hagan cleared at her second attempt. Here's Maddie Wilson with her second attempt on the high jump apron. And through it with the shoulder. She's aiming to clear 1 metre 80. Which would be a good result for her. Here's Jessica Hendren, looking for 1 metre 80 personal best. It's her second attempt. Got up high and cleared it comfortably with the shoulders, it would appear, then brought it down, coming down on it, but certainly her shoulders driving up and over. But the backside not clearing the bar. Two misses for Maddie Wilson and Jessica Hendren. Keely O'Hagan over it with her second attempt, and Imogen Skelton clear at the 3 marks she's attempted so far, 172, 176 and 180. And they'll look to move the bar to 183 after these 2 final attempts from Maddie and Jessica. To the women's javelin here, and at 295 is Tori Peters, who won a national title here in Wellington in 2015. Looks like a pretty fair opening attempt. A little difficult to tell from where we are here, just where it comes down, but somewhere between the 65 and 70 metre marks. Jessica Hendren preparing for her third and final attempt at 1 metre 80. Maddie Wilson just missing prior.
Underway here in the women's javelin in the first round.
High jump provided one of the highlights last year, Reece. We were pretty excited to see Hamish Kerr and the New Zealand national record of 2 metres 31, and of course he went on to perform with distinction at the Tokyo Olympic Games, clearing 2:30 over there and finishing 10th.
Yeah, absolutely, and the opportunity to see him compete again tonight. Look, we always want to see more records. We want to see them jump higher. 2:31, it's a pretty big ask, isn't it?
Did clear 2:28 at the Cook's Classic, so he's in good shape. As we see Jessica miss her third and final attempt. So Imogen Skelton clear thus far, and Kelly O'Hagan's cleared 180 to her second attempt, so the bar should be going to 183 for that pair.
A number of these jumpers coming off of the Jumps to Music event just recently, and so yeah, I think maybe that's kind of feeding into these jumpers travelling around together. They're competing together. They're putting that pressure on. The expectation is that people are jumping higher and higher.
264 there is Abby Moody at the javelin out of Marlborough, an 18-year-old. Competed at the Lovelock Classic down in Timaru earlier last month. Finished second down there with 38.22. 204 is Hannah Hickey, local athlete out of Karori. Guess the thing with the throwers, those camps, getting them together, I see there have been has been one recently where throwers get the opportunity to mix with the very best that we've got in New Zealand, which obviously we've got an increasing pool of world-class or nearly world-class throwers, and the fact that they can get together and inspire some of these youngsters. And you mentioned earlier the Solar Power Throwers Academy, and their meeting tomorrow. It just seems that we're on a bit of a roll there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the high performance throwers camp that they had recently down in Christchurch, they're all opportunities for those throwers to learn from the best. When we've got athletes like Tom Walsh and the coaches associated with them that can pass on their knowledge, inspiring that next generation of throwers. I'm sure Tom Walsh will be the first to admit that not only winning medals and throwing well and being a superstar in his own right, but seeing those youngsters come through and follow on in his footsteps would be something that he would be loving to see happen.
Imogen Skelton there with her first attempt at 183. And back to the women's javelin there. That was Christina Ryan, one of the Christchurch Old Boys United athletes. Here's an update on the javelin with Tori Peters as expected, setting the tempo at 52 and 47. Maddie Wilson is clearly busy. She's been swapping between high jump and javelin, 35 and 69 for her. I know Aaron Booth's in, I think, 4 events tonight as he prepares for his upcoming efforts as a decathlete, and he threw quite well on the javelin earlier today, 115 on the runway here. The javelin, that's 17-year-old Mia Bartlett out of the Wairarapa, through 37.54 in Wanganui.
field lining up for the three. For athletes, some of whom
Imogen Skelton.
Commonwealth medalist from Auckland, and the other one by Rosie Robinson from Christchurch.
Just awaiting
Daniel Detoy from
for her second attempt at 183.
Harris is the Oceania under-18 champion. We have Sean Lake from Wellington Scottish, Ari Bennett from Ashurst.
Out of the javelin, that was Holly Robinson, 318 Paralympic javelin champion in the F46. Outstanding effort from her in Tokyo.
National champion. Antonia Martin from North Harbour. Kobe Maslin, I said. Daniel McLean from Trenton United. Sarah Dutoy from...
She's giving 183 a shake here, Reese, is Imogen Skelton.
So an interesting mix of...
Yeah, you mentioned before about Maddie Wilson jumping between those events. We've got Alex Hyland that's been jumping in the women's high jump. We're going to see her a little bit later again in the women's 100 metre hurdles at 7:20. So I think those athletes that are travelling to these Grand Prix meets, making the most of it and jumping in the events and getting that high level of competition, it's certainly beneficial for them. And Alex will be up against Abby Robertson of North Harbour Bays there in that women's 100 metre hurdles.
And an update here on the women's javelin through a full first round here with Tori Peters showing the way at 52.47. And second there, Maddie Wilson, 35 and 69 narrowly. Here's Kelly O'Hagan attempting 183. And back to that javelin result, Maddie second, 35 and 89 and 35 and 69 I should say, and Holly Robinson at 35 and 66. Just looking at Imogen Skelton, I see 177, her best in this new year of 2022 on January the 22nd, so she's done well clearing 180 today and 181 her best set back in November, and she'll have a third and final attempt now on 1 metre 83, which would be a personal best. Again, good effort, closest effort for Imogen Skelton, but she's knocked down the bar for a third time at 183. Tori Peters there with a good throw at the javelin beyond 60 metres. She won at the Cook's Classic, also won down at the meeting in Dunedin. A New Zealand record of 62.04. And just having a look out there as they measure that, I would suspect we've got our second meeting record. We'll await confirmation of that distance, which we can't tell from here, but in the system updates we'll let you know as to Tori's throw there in the second round, but she won at the Cook's Classic with 58.95. 54.11 it was, so not nearly as far as I thought. between the 50 and 60 metre mark, not further on as I thought. Kelly O'Hagan has just cleared 1 metre 83 at her third attempt, which will earn her the win in the fiercely contested women's high jump.
So just running through that field again, Daniel Dutoy, Sean Lake, Ari Bennett, Jonah Crop, Laura Langley, Antonia Martin.
As I say, she won the Cook's Classic with 1 metre 81. She's been runner-up in the last 2
Jonah
national
Crop,
championships.
Toby Maslin, Danielle McRae, Sarah Dutoy and Molly O'Reilly.
And here, her third attempt at 183, she goes clear. And the bar raised to 1 metre 86.
So Abby Moody there on screen, representing New Zealand secondary schools.
Around 40 metre throw for her. Through 38.22 at the Lovelock Classic meeting January the 8th, and around 35 metres at the Cook's Classic. That throw there will supersede both of those attempts, going back to the high jump in a moment when they adjust the bar to 186 for Kelly O'Hagan. So Tori Peters 54.11. She's easily the most accomplished thrower here, so competing against herself and the marks, she probably fancy a shot at the meet record set by Canadian Ashley Pryke here 2 years ago, 57.38. 54.11 was her second throw, but an improvement of 1.5 metres on her first. Abby Moody over the page there, 44.33, actually has her in second after that first round throw. Christina Ryan on the runway, wearing the familiar colours of Christchurch Old Boys United. Underway on the track here, Reese, with the 3 kilometre walk, and again, as remarking last year, the number of young walkers obviously means there's a future for the sport.
Absolutely, and a regular face on the walking scene here in Wellington, Daniel Dutoy. He's leading out.
He's got a best of 12.25 for the 3 kilometre track walk, set in Masterton 2019. He's been a junior men's national champion, leading the walk in the early stages.
So over the last few years, he certainly had a star to follow in the likes of Quentin Rue from the Wellington Harriers Club as well. Quentin, current meet record holder here for this 3,000 metre walk.
Jonah Crop staying in touch.
Both of these guys will walk about 13 minutes.
16-year-old out of the Sumner Club.
Who will judge them on 2
Here's Kelly O'Hagan at 186.
Whether they main contact and whether they have a straight knee.
Comprehensively through the bar. But
we were making mention earlier about the throws camp that took place down in Christchurch just a little earlier in the year, and I think the leading on from that was the event Williams Memorial event, and then following on from that was the Hammer and Javelin Clinic, and it's going to be great this afternoon. I think kicking off at 6:40 is the women's hammer throw. We've got the 3 medalists there from that Yvette Williams Memorial. Lauren Bruce, who set a stadium record down there at the Caledonian ground, 72.12. She might be on form to be able to take out that meet record that she set here herself in the women's hammer throw in 2021. And obviously Lexi Maples and Diani Shepherd-Oates also competing after throwing well down there at that Vet Williams Memorial. But great to see these throws camps, the hammer and javelin clinic, these top athletes being able to pass on their knowledge and hopefully bringing some younger athletes up with them.
Also have our gold medal with 36.44.
So 3 kilometres for the walkers, getting our track events underway. Patisserie Delight, 3,000 metres, men's and women's combined here. 3.5 minutes into their task. It'll take the winner around 13.
So I see the tactics are already in play.
Claps up a high jump here for Keely O'Hagan, 1.86 metre.
Take it to him.
Looked like she slipped going into that, and so she was never in a position, unfortunately, to make a serious attempt there.
And Andrew Cruiser holds the record.
Keely coached by Terry Lomax, getting to
guys might get close to. And then Laura Langley is easily the first.
an exceptional distance, an exceptional height for her. Here are the two leaders in the walk, with 16-year-old Jonah Kropp taking over. She's got a best of 13.37, clock 13.57 last month at an interclub meeting. Having a turn in front from Daniel
So
Dutoit.
I think that's Kobe Maslam, who's taken over in second place in the women's section.
Reece, another highlight on the track tonight will certainly be the short course sprinters, 100 metres in particular. We've seen some incredible performances in the last few weeks from Zoe Hobbs and Tian Whelpton, both listed to be here tonight, and both on the cusp of qualifying standards for both the Commonwealth Games and the World Champs.
Yeah, and I want to think that even a little bit of a Wellington breeze won't stop them from breaking more records. Yeah, we know that it can get a little bit swirly here at Newtown Park, especially down the home straight. They start off with a little bit of a tailwind, and the wind swirls around as they come down to the finish line, which obviously doesn't work well for fast times, and it's a little bit deceptive sometimes because the wind reading doesn't account for that swirling wind. But yeah, fingers crossed, the wind is starting to die down a little bit. It's nice and warm out there for our sprinters. Look, the form they're in at the moment, Tian and Zoe are both capable of maybe taking out these meet records.
Indeed. Just saw Tori Peters throw again. That's being measured. I don't want to say anything after I was so grossly inaccurate with the previous attempt through my binoculars as to where that might have been, but it does look like a further improvement from Tori here. And we'll get that update for you
And then Kobe Maslam
shortly.
from the University of Canterbury in the maroon and yellow, and then behind her is the North Harbour Bay.
56.13 comes up there for Tori, so
Molly.
she's certainly heading in the right direction in that javelin competition, and she may well threaten that meeting record 57 and 38. Caitlin Bond there with her latest throw.
From Christchurch, winning the 50-foot high jump.
with a leap of 1 metre 83 in second place. Imogen Skelton from Auckland and not a cutback in third place, Maddie Wilson, unofficially at this stage of course.
Two leaders starting to
Daniel Victoria's
lap
asking the question.
walkers
3 to go.
with 3
Jonah
laps left to
Croft
go.
answering.
Jonah and Daniel doing battle up front, setting up for a good finish, ticking up towards 8 minutes of competition. The javelin there, 264. With the latest throw for Abby Moody, through 44 metres in the first round, and should be happy with that. Women's high jumps concluded here, Reese, and Kelly O'Hagan with that clutch. Third attempt, 183, has taken that out over Imogen Skelton at 1 metre 80. Second and third, 176 for Maddie Wilson and Jessica Hendren. Just looking on the countback, perhaps Maddie there for third, but excellent effort from Kelly O'Hagan there. She missed the first attempt at 180, cleared the second, and then that key third attempt clearance of 183. Hannah Hickey there on the javelin runway. Out of Karori. Now back to the walk, and Daniel Dutoit has made the break here on Jonah Crop. It's managed to get clear by round about 30 metres now with 2 laps to go. Jonah Crop desperately trying to hang in there.
South Island stable.
Competitor 320, Christina Ryan, waiting her next throw. The javelin, they're just pushing into a little headwind there. That breeze just picking up again, as Reese mentioned earlier. It does swirl a little. That one's come down around about 35, 36 metres.
We will not have numerous medal ceremonies. We're going to just have a medal ceremony for the New Zealand Championship event, the junior miles. But you can complete your event if you know your placing and it's been called out as a result. You report to the medal
Meeting Director Tony Rogers, Reese, just announcing no medal ceremonies that we've sort of become accustomed to, obviously, at events like this, other than for the 2 under 20 miles, which are national championship events today.
Yeah, and of course, for some of our top athletes here, there'll be some prize money on offer. And it's starting to feel a little bit more like competing in Europe instead of getting presented with a little cheque at the on the dais here at Capital Classic. They'll just have that money deposited into their account to reduce that COVID risk. But no, there is some money generously donated through our major sponsor here, Team Leisure Harcourts, and that money will certainly be well used, I'm sure, for our top athletes as they travel around the country over the next month.
Bell lap here for Daniel, and he's comfortably clear now. He's pulled out on Jonah, and he's gone through 1 lap left to go in 11.20. Jonah about probably 60 metres behind now. He'll get the bell in a moment or two. Team Ledger here for a 9th successive time as the sponsor of the Capital Classic, the 18th edition of this for 2022. And there are a number of long-term sponsors who have stuck with the Capital Classic, and each and every year we get some outstanding performances. Team Ledger 9 years, Fujifilm have been around for 13, Brentwood Hotel for 10 years as sponsors of this event. "12 minutes into the walk, and Daniel Dutoit coming off the back straight with about 200 metres left to go.
56.14.
Tori Peters at 56.13. Steady improvement in each of her 3 throws. And now about...
Yeah, throwing well. She came off for first place in the Cooks Classic last week with a distance of 58.95.
If she could repeat that, she could take the meeting record here.
So Daniel Dutoy, walking in the Wellington Harriers athletic singlet, is coming down, and he's going to be just over 13 minutes. Fine walk by this New Zealand representative.
Applause there for Daniel Dutoy taking out the 3 kilometre track walk in around about 3 minutes 10.
And an excellent finish also by his main rival Jonah Crop from Sumner. Well done.
And Jonah Crop of Sumner through in 13 and 26. Daniel from the Wellington Harrier Athletic Club. Junior Men's National Champion winner, and looking fairly comfortable at the end here. Jonah sucking in the deep breaths after their walking performance in the first event on the track this afternoon. The men's 3,000 metre steeplechase coming up, Reese, on the track. Athletics Wellington Championship.
Yeah, it's just a small field for this steeplechase. I think there's a number of athletes that have seen the look of these mile and 1,500 metre fields, and they don't want to miss out on getting dragged along for some fast times. So just a small field for the 3,000 metres, but it should be some good competition.
Sarah Dutoy, younger sister of the race winner Daniel, going through. And Laura Langley.
Laura Langley from the New Brighton Club is going to take out the women's track walk.
15 minutes. Just. Maybe.
And she's eyeing up 15 minutes. She's just got to miss by a fraction of a second, around 15:01 there for Laura Langley, taking out the Patisserie Delight 3,000 metre women's track walk from the New Brighton Club in Christchurch. Was initially rain forecast for today, but they've continued to push that back in the forecast till about 10 o'clock tonight, which is very fortunate for us and the athletes today. Women's javelin, Caitlin Bond, number 125.
Sean Lake gets the bell.
Her
one to go for the stalwart Scottish man.
4th attempt as we move into the top competitors. The next set of throws.
Hospital, one of our essential workers. And Kobe Maslin coming in for second place in the women's 3K walk.
Kobe Maslin there through into second place for the women's track walk. Abby Moody.
Yes, we think that's Antonia Martin who got third there.
Antonia Martin third in that track walk. Just going through now. 264 is Abby Moody. 18-year-old Marlborough throw up. Through 44 metres in round one. Looks like it's pushing the high 40s there.
Yeah, coming into the meet today with a personal best of 38.22. She just set just less than a month ago at the Lovelock Classic down in Timaru. So the competition here certainly providing an opportunity for some big personal bests there for Abby. And we mentioned before Anna Thompson just there on the screen. She's competing in the women's triple jump. Her and her brother Scott, dual New Zealand triple jump champions. I think at the time we were talking about it as the first time that we'd had brother and sister national champions in the same event. And they're both competing today. Scott earlier in the men's triple jump, Anna there competing today in the women's.
Here comes Tori Peters with her fourth attempt in the women's javelin. The national champion who has improved with each throw to date. Nice release there, and that looks to be a further improvement again. Reese, that you'd think would have to take the meet record on what we've seen.
Yeah, I'm having to question the markers that we have out there on the field for that woman's javelin.
Not quite tallying up with.
No, certainly. I think we
so,
will.
So it's not my vision.
No. I was going to say it's. We could blame it on the binoculars, but we'll wait for that official.
For Tori Peters, the meeting record was 57.38.
Well, it's certainly not as far as I thought, but it is a meeting record, 57 and 78 for Tori Peters, putting 40 centimetres on the meet record set by Canadian Ashley Pryke from 2 years ago in 2020. Congratulations to Tori. Another improvement with her fourth throw and the second meeting record for today. 57.78, a Capital Classic record. Holly Robinson there with the latest throw in the javelin, the Paralympic Javelin F46 champion through 39.28 down in Dunedin last month. .268 in the women's triple jump is Queenie Morgan. Caitlin Bond with her latest throw.
So the official result of that walk, Daniel Victoria Wellington Harry is 13.07.
13.07 for Daniel DeToy, 13.26 for Jonah Kropp, 15 minutes Laura Langley, so they credit her with 15 flat in winning the women's event. Abby Moody back on the javelin runway. Preparations being made for the 3,000 metre men's steeplechase. Elena Edgar-Nemec from North Harbour Bays there in the triple jump. Those walk results coming up there as mentioned, with Daniel's time at 13.07. Jonah Kropp 13.26, Laura Langley there 15 minutes the first woman home. .45.80 there from Abby Moody, continues to improve her best. It's Chloe Thompson. She jumped 8 metres 13 at the Cooks Classic. Chloe, just 16 years old, from Athletics Howrah. Here's Tori Peters. See if she can build on that meeting record from her previous throw, and on what she's done so far. She's improved with every single one. It's another big throw from Tori, who seems in excellent form. Five-time national champion, coached by Debbie Strange, through 57.78 meet record in the 4th round, and that'll update in a moment with her 5th round. Looking at Abby Moody over the page there, 45.80. Her best after a 44.33 in round 1, and as Reese mentioned earlier, that was her PB. Well, she's improved that yet again. 56.47 for Tori, so not quite as good as the previous, but thereabouts as the walkers line up for their photo opportunity. Holly Robinson throwing there in the javelin, coming in under 40 metres. The Paralympic champion, who thrilled us with her efforts in Tokyo. 3:55 here is Anna Thompson, a favourite for the triple jump. The national champion jumped 13.06 to win that national championship. She won at Cook's Gardens with 12.62.
One round to go now on the SA Sports Women's Javelin. Leading with a new meeting record of 57.78 is Tori Peters.
Caitlin Bond with her final throw on the javelin for the afternoon. She might have pulled out her best here. Best for last there with Caitlin. We'll get an update on that distance shortly. Through the pit there, 16-year-old Lauren Tyrrell from Athletics Howrah. Jumped 9.21 at the Cooks Classic. 46.72 for Caitlin Bond. Her best of the day, so the 22-year-old from Christchurch, after throwing 40.71 and finishing second in the Cooks Classic. She may take second here again today. Abby Moody's got something to say about that, their final throw.
Our starters for the Steeple Chase: Ron Vander, Pete, George, Gerd, Matthew Rogers, Luke, Clarence and Michael Sutton. These are starters in the A Sports Men's 3,000 metre Steeple Chase. Just a few moments away.
Ellie Hurley-Langton out of Palmerston North on the triple jump runway. Second track event coming shortly, due off in a couple of minutes. The Ace Sports men's 3,000 metre steeples. Does include the Athletics Wellington Championship here. Small field we'll see underway shortly. Tori Peters for her final throw in today's javelin, in which she has set a new meeting record to continue her fine form through 60 and 14 in December up at Hamilton. Good release on her final throw. It draws applause too, and that may extend her meeting record. Queenie Morgan through the triple jump pit. Tori just waiting to hear the distance on her final throw, and she's happy. It's got to be a best, and therefore a further extension. They're just putting it up on the board now. Hopefully they will swing it our way. And there it is, 60 and 51. Outstanding throw, 60 and 51. Our graphics team are right on the ball. Had that out before they swung that around. So a new meeting record, 60 and 51. And a new New Zealand residence record, which we will endeavour to get confirmed for you. But not only a meeting record, resetting the one she broke 2 throws ago, but a new New Zealand residence record, hence her delight. Galina Edgar Nemec there in the triple jump, and then back at the javelin, Holly Robinson.
Tokyo Paralympic gold medalist, Holly Robinson.
Won in Tokyo with a throw of 40 and 99. Get the distance on her last throw shortly and bring you the ultimate result from the SAS Sport Women's Javelin. 36.70 for Holly Robinson. To wrap up the javelin, which has seen a new New Zealand residence record to Tori Peters. 60 and 51 with her final throw. She'd already set the meeting record with 57 and 78, which she surpassed easily in the last throw. Caitlin Bond with 46 and 72 at the end. And over the page there, Abby Moody may have been third in 45 metres. Tori very pleased with her afternoon's work. Race are underway in the 3,000 metre men's steeplechase field of 5.
Yeah, and Ewan van der Peet there, he's certainly the athlete to watch. 9:15 is his best time over the 3,000 metre steeplechase. George Gurin, one of the youngsters in the field there from Papanui Tok H, just set a personal best of 9:44 just a couple of weeks ago. Michael Sutton on the outside there in the green from Athletics Tauranga. He's got a personal best of 9:41.
Steeples is in progress, and looks the University of Canterbury is in the lead. That very distinctive maroon and yellow vest.
So Ewan's running well this season. He just set a personal best over 3,000 just a couple of weeks ago in the New Zealand 3,000 metre champs in Hastings, in what was a very, very competitive field. I think there was 6 athletes under 8:10 there in that 3,000 metres. So personal best there for him, I think it was about 8:27.
Anna Thompson's latest effort there in the triple jump being recorded over in the back straight as we come back to the 3,000 metre steeplechase. that triple jump. Anna Thompson 12.79 in second attempt. Just seen her third, which will get updated shortly. Elena Edgar Nemec at 10.45. Queenie Morgan 9.60. Lauren Terrell there 8.99 in her first round. Anna Thompson better distance than what she won the Cook's Classic with last week, 12.62. She won the national championship with 13.06, and 12.46 was her third jump there that we just saw. Lauren Tyrrell next up. George Guerin still leading. In fact, just as I say that, Ewan van der Peet coming through on the inside to take up the running again. George Guerin just dropping in behind to trail again.
Yeah, and just a correction there before, I just mentioned personal best there of George Guerin of 9.44. That's actually his season's best. So personal best there of 9.17. So looking at a good battle there between these front three runners.
Luke Clements there in thirds, closed up on them. Ewan van der Peet over the water jump from George Guerin and Luke Clements. Margin behind them is Michael Sutton trying to stay in touch with this leading trio.
So Luke Clements, the youngster from Papakura, his first attempt over the 3,000 metre steeplechase distance. So a good pedigree over the younger distances, 7th in the New Zealand Junior 3,000 metre championships just last week at the Cook's Classic, a time of 8.38. So he's certainly, with that time, putting himself in the frame to hang with Ewan and George.
It's Matthew Rogers there from Hutt Valley, local Harrier club. Back to the leaders, George Guerin taking a turn in front again from Ewan van der Peet and Luke Clements, and about 40 metres back then to Michael Sutton, Tauranga athlete. So they come through 3 laps from home. Van der Beek takes over again from Guerin as they keep interchanging the lead, and Clements just battling to stay in touch now.
3 rounds complete now. The women's triple jump is underway on the far side over here, by the Brentwood Hotel. Leading is Anna Thompson. Thompson 12.79 was her best jump. Also by the Scott, already won the men's triple jump.
This is where I come to offer my comments.
Van der Peet and Guerin through the water jump again together. Clements about 15 metres back, and gap back to Michael Sutton going through the water jump now. 2 laps to go. Van der Peet from the University of Canterbury leading George Guerin through in 6:40, 2 laps from home. Over the next hurdle, Luke Clements is hanging in there. He's about 25 metres back now, and Michael Sutton going through in 4th place.
I get too excited.
600 metres as they take the next obstacle. Van der Peet leads Guerin. 2-time national champion is Ewan Van der Peet. Finished second at last year's Nationals. Ran 9:15 best a couple of years ago that Reece Buck mentioned earlier. George Guerin ran that 9:44 at the Interclub a week and a bit ago. He did run a 9:17 a couple of years ago. And George Guerin's taken over. Lap from home, they get the bell, and George Guerin goes for home. He's put 5 metres here on Ewan Van der Peet, and Luke Clements about to come through in 3rd place, and Michael Sutton about another 40 metres behind him. Impressive effort this, Reece, from Guerin, really applying the pressure now.
Yeah, look, and we've got 2 athletes out the front there, both very, very close to personal best performance here, so we'll keep an eye on it as they come down the home straight. Ewan with a personal best of 9:15, George there with a personal best of 9:17. But they're working hard down the back straight. George certainly putting the pressure on.
Little stumble from Van der Peet over that last obstacle. As they make their way towards the water jump for the final time. Guerin slowing up at that, but probably just taking it cautiously with a 15-metre lead on Van der Peet.
Yeah, and a pretty good water jump there from the University of Canterbury athlete, but not quite enough, it doesn't look like. Georgia built up a little bit of a lead down that back straight. He's going to comfortably come over that last barrier to take out this Ace Sports men's 3,000 metres. And Ewan looking very strong as he comes down to the line, but possibly a personal best there for George Guerin in the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase.
Looks like he went through a 9:15 there, which, as you say, would be a PB by a couple of seconds. Luke Clements finishing off strongly too for 3rd and around 9:31. And Michael Sutton will be the 4th one home.
And we'll be keeping an eye out for these 1,500 metre events later. I did hear Ewan Van der Peet talking to the meet director just before the start. He said he was going to see how he felt after this 3,000 metre steeplechase, but he doesn't want to miss out on those 1,500 metre races later on this evening. He's dipped under 4 minutes for the 1,500 once before, I understand, and he'll be wanting to get dragged along there and maybe go for another sub-4 there in the 1,500 metres.
It's not my idea of a warm-up for a 1,500 or 3,000 metre steeplechase race, but these are extraordinary athletes. 20-year-old George Guerin there from the Papanui Tok H Club in Christchurch, and we'll get confirmation of his time coming through now. 9:14.8, so a personal best, as Reece pointed out there, for our winner. 9:14.8. Ewan Van der Peet not far behind. Luke Clements taking 3rd. A couple of relays coming up on the track a little later on. 4x100 women's relay, 4x100 men's relay. 800 metres will be run in divisions for both men and women. Look to be good numbers in there as we get a shot of all 5 entrants there. Ewan Van der Peet's time 9:17.81. Luke Clements 9:31.32, as Reece mentioned. That's his first 3,000 metre steeplechase, so something to build on there. Michael Sutton clocking in 9:37, and unfortunately Matt Rogers not finishing. no medal ceremonies as such this year that we would normally have for each event, other than the New Zealand Championship events, which this year, the reintroduction of the men's under 20 mile and the inaugural women's under 20 mile, off the back of some excellent mile running at Cook's Gardens last week, Reece. 60th anniversary of Peter Snell's remarkable record.
Yeah, absolutely. And on grass at Lancaster Park.
Wet grass, no less. Some great stories on the Athletics New Zealand website, including one from the pacemaker for that particular event, who still alive at the age of 84 and can still recall the day very well, and his endeavour in taking him through the 400 metres. And back then the pacemakers had to complete the event, so the onus was certainly on him. If it wasn't all about Snell's time, it would have counted for nothing.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those interesting points to note in our record books. It's still easily the oldest New Zealand track record. In some ways, it's nice to have a record like that still on the books. It keeps reminding us how impressive that time was back then, that it still stands on the New Zealand record books. But look, with the likes of Nick Willis and Jason Stewart and athletes that have come through over the recent years, and I think there's a few people out there who would still like to see that record disappear, but not into history. But certainly, I think we'd like to see an athlete that could come through, eclipse that record, and maybe go on to represent New Zealand at Olympic Games in the 800 and actually perform and maybe be the next Peter Snell over 800.
I competed against the young Sean Farrell, who ran 1:46, which one of the faster times in New Zealand history. And Sean was running outstanding times at a young age when it looked like he might be able to potentially challenge a time like that. But it just shows you how difficult it is. But when you remark on the fact that it's a grass track, it was a wet grass track, and indeed shoe science has come a long way too, never mind nutrition, training, etc. It's one of the more remarkable feats in New Zealand sport, full stop, let alone just athletics, track and field. 1:44. Women's triple jump in the back straight is continuing. They're warming up for the men's high jump down in front of us, which will feature Hamish Kerr, who jumped a national record last year at this meeting. 2:31. He jumped 2:28 at the Cook's Classic. I understand one of his efforts, his second effort on 2:32, national record effort, was close. And over at that triple jump, which is the one ongoing event at the moment, Anna Thompson's second attempt of 12:79 remains the best. 10:71 in second spot to Lena Edgar Nemec. Here comes Anna Thompson, 26-year-old, on the runway, to see if she can extend on that. It's a greater distance than what she won the Cook's Classic with, which was 12:62 last weekend. Her national championship winning effort last year was 13:06. In his latest attempt, it's a fair jump. Her brother, as Reece mentioned earlier, winning the Brentwood Hotel men's triple jump. This is the Brentwood Hotel women's triple jump. 12.71. 8 centimetres shy of her second attempt. Fujifilm men's high jump is due to start officially in 10 minutes time. Good size field in the program, not aware of any defections there. Obviously Hamish Kerr head and shoulders above some other very good jumpers, but Hamish is world class, having finished 10th at the Tokyo Olympics. .12.34 there, Anna Thompson. Not sure what I saw with the 12.71, but 12.34. Her fourth jump has come up at 12.79. Her second jump remains her best. Alina second at 10.71 and Ali third, 10 and 26. Queenie Morgan, her fourth attempt. We're at Newtown Park in Wellington for the 18th Team Ledger Harcourts Capital Classic. Upcoming highlights in the field will be the women's hammer throw with Lauren Bruce, who was outstanding here last year, has since gone on to represent New Zealand at the Olympics in Tokyo, and she's been throwing in really good form, not just the hammer but the shot put as well. She's been throwing or putting exceptionally well of late. Queenie registering 9.44 there, slightly down on her first jump, which had been the only one recorded.
And we are going to be lucky this evening to have well-known coach Debbie Strange joining us up here in the commentary booth for the men's and the women's hammer throw competitions. Some expert commentary.
Sorely needed here when it comes to the throwing.
Absolutely, and she's we haven't had her up here in the booth during the javelin throw, obviously the coach of Tori Peters, so she's been wanting to be down near the action and make sure she provides some guidance to her athlete. But people will know some of her former athletes by the likes of Beatrice Faumuina, gold medalist in the World Champs in 1997, gold medalist at 2002 Commonwealth Games. I was there that night watching in Manchester. It was a golden night for New Zealand throwing. Silver medal in the men's hammer throw, gold medal in the women's discus. Stu Farquhar, multiple-time New Zealand representative. The impact that Debbie Strange has had on throwing in New Zealand is quite immense. I think culminating in the Arthur Eustace Award for coaching in 2020. So yeah, we'll be seeing her up in the commentary booth with us just in just a few minutes before the men's hammer throw kicks off.
And Debbie will be delighted with the efforts of Tori Peters with a New Zealand resident record today and meeting record. In fact, the previous mark she surpassed twice, 163 on the runway at the triple jump, lying in second place, Alina Edgar-Nemec in the Brentwood Hotel women's triple jump. And watch her come through. She's been comfortably in excess of 10 metres to date. And down in front of us, a minute or two ago, we had Zoe Hobbs warming up for her 100 metres. Now, we just pray that this wind doesn't get up when she, well, if it's a light tailwind behind her, that would be fine, but I'm not sure we can order that here. Debbie Strange to join us very shortly. 10.81 by the looks there for Alina at the triple jump. Indeed, and that's an improvement of 10 centimetres on her previous best, lying second. And here is the leader of the triple jump competition, Anna Thompson. You can see her efforts to date at the bottom of your screen. Pleased enough coming out of the pit here. Here's the white flag, and she's going to stick around for the measurement, which is always a good sign. Walks away now. Anna from the Mana Club, sister of the men's triple jump winner Scott earlier.
Through 5 rounds now here in the women's triple jump.
And we'll see what
By the Brentwood Hotel. So
they put on the board there. Looks like 12 and 58. Very consistent set of jumps from Anna Thompson. 12.79 remains her best. Ellie Hurley-Langton. Out of the competition, 268, Queenie Morgan. Had a series of misses after a 960 on opening. Registered a jump in her previous attempt. George Guerin from Papanui Tokach, the winner of the 3,000 metre steeplechase today. Alongside Ewan Vanderpeet, who finished second. Queenie's cleared 10 metres there, 10 metres 04 for her best jump. Relay teams are warming up here, men's and women's. 3 teams listed for each there, and Sari Hobbs warming up with the women's team. We look forward to our first sight of Zoe tonight. She's listed also for the 100, obviously in the 200 as well. There's Ali there actually, so she's not out of the competition, but she has struggled to register in a few jumps there, but her latest attempt being...
Last year's co-commentator told me it sounded and looked good. Sarah.
Getting some feedback there from meet director Tony Rogers. And Sarah Cowley, if you did say it was sounding all right, then we'll take that. Sarah was with us last year in the commentary team and was a joy to have along here. And certainly remember her reaction to Hamish Kerr's high jump record, and Hamish will be underway very shortly. He's just clearing what looks to be an extraordinary height in a warm-up. Here's Alina Edgar Nemec lying second in the competition behind Anna Thompson. We have Debbie Strange with us very shortly to talk us through a hammer throw, and Debbie is going to be feeling pretty good about things at the moment, I think, with what Tori Peters has been able to do here this afternoon with the javelin. No jump, the latest there in the sixth and final for Alina, but she's lying second with 10.81.
Relay runners, we would like you to do your warm-up on the home straight, please, so you're not in danger of any hammer throw that goes astray. All relay athletes warming up on the back straight, please go to the home straight, 100 metre zone.
So the women's triple jump, the only live action at the moment. High jump to start soon. The Fujifilm men's high jump. Here's Anna with her 6th and final. Comfortable winner, best to date, her 2nd jump of 12 and 79. It's been fairly consistent since then, 12 and 58 in the previous. And best for last here with 12 and 87 for Anna Thompson, taking out the Brentwood Hotel women's triple jump. 12.87, her 6th and final jump, being her best. 25 centimetres away from the meet record that's lasted now 7 years.
That's there. Whenever you want to start to introduce Debbie, he will turn it on. So it's on and ready to go. When he hears Mark introducing you, just pick it up.
Anna Thompson, the winner of the women's triple jump. Men's high jump about to start very shortly. We're very lucky here, though, on our coverage of the Team Ledger Harcourts Capital Classic to be joined by Coach Debbie Strange. And Debbie, I'm picking you're feeling pretty good because you are the coach of Tori Peters, and she has thrown a New Zealand residence record, I understand, this afternoon.
Yes, it was very exciting because the wind conditions are quite challenging. But it took Tori 6 rounds. On her 6th throw, she went over 60 metres, 51 I think it was exactly, to get that good throw out. So I was very happy with her, because there's still a lot more there.
Well, she's obviously been in good form leading into this, so that's a continuation of that. In terms of that mark, and if we look forward to things like qualification for the Commonwealth Games and the World Championship, is that good enough, or does she require more?
She requires more. Today was very good because she won the competition, so she gets an automatic 40 points, but to go over the 60 metre mark, she gets bonus points. And so it's a bit of a point system. The automatic qualifying for the World Championships is 64 metres flat, which she's quite capable of doing. But, you can't predict these things. You just got to relax and enjoy it. And when those things are happening, you'll know Tori will throw far. But she's well qualified for the Commonwealth Games with B qualifying, but we still want to secure an A qualifying of 61.50.
Debbie, you talk about the tricky wind conditions to a novice like me with the javelin. What's tricky about the situation you've got today in terms of the wind?
Okay, on the runway there is no wind, so once they throw the javelin out around the 50 metres mark, it gets hit by the wind on the side of the javelin, which pushes it over, and it detracts from its smooth, straight, parabolic flight path, which is what we're trying to get.
Yeah, and we did see a few athletes there with the javelin actually pushing out to the right-hand side and going outside of the sector.
Yeah.
Is that something that they have to take into account? They actually then have to change their throw or change their run-up?
No, they don't change their throw or their run-up, but they've got to be more accurate in the way they release the javelin and try and get it straight into the wind as possible so the wind doesn't turn the javelin in any way. And that comes with experience and learning to adjust your release with these conditions. And as I said, it took Tori 6 rounds to get it.
But she'd already broken the meet record, though, with a throw a couple prior, so a reasonably consistent round of throws?
Yes. She is in good form, feeling good. So as I said, we just have to keep competing, keep relaxed, keep enjoying it up till after New Zealand Championships, and then we'll look for competitions in Australia up against her Olympic medalist rivals, and then we'll see what happens next in the preparation for the Commonwealth Games and hopefully the World Championships in Oregon.
Yeah, and we've spoken a couple of times already, Mark and I, this evening about the throws camps and the javelin and the hammer clinic that were held earlier in the year down south, and certainly the value of those clinics and those camps for those young athletes coming through, getting exposure to coaches as yourself and obviously the top athletes like Tori. But What's the value of those camps to those top athletes like Tori and Lauren Bruce and athletes like that? Do they get a lot out of those camps as well?
Yes, they do. The first thing that they get is about being amongst their throwing fraternity, being amongst other hammer and javelin throwers. So, you're building your camaraderie. We train alone in Hamilton, Tori and I, with strength and conditioner, and she has 2 young guys that train alongside of her, so we're pretty isolated, but just to get away, to concentrate and be amongst the other throwers, and we were sharing some of our experiences and knowledge with the younger throwers and the other coaches. And already in the couple of weeks since that camp, I have seen huge improvements in some of the throwers that were there with us at the clinic. And so that's very exciting for our future, because we want to grow the depth of javelin throwers in New Zealand. The more throwers we have, the better. But javelin is a very tricky event, because it's a run, jump and a throw all in the one go. And if you don't get it right, you get punished, it hurts.
Yeah, and I guess we can put some of the credit for some of the performances today down to those camps. We've got a meet record this evening in the women's shot put. We've had a meet record now in the javelin. Obviously, we've got 2 great fields lining up here in the men's and women's hammer throw.
Yes.
Certainly credit, I guess, goes to Athletics New Zealand, to the coaches, to those people who have organised those camps.
Yes, we're really grateful that Athletics New Zealand, the high performance department, does support us in these camps, but it's still the other coaches that have the impetus and the energy to bring along the young athletes to attend these camps and clinics with us. It's credit to them to get them there, because travel around New Zealand is not cheap, as you know, and we had 4 days in Dunedin plus the equivalent in Christchurch, and it's a big ask to go from the North Island way down to the other end of the country for 4 days, and due credit to the families, the coaches and the other supporters of these young athletes to get them there to share in the growth of the javelin event in New Zealand with us. That's what we're trying to do, grow it.
And I guess rub shoulders with Tom Walsh and Tori Peters and the like at the same time.
Well, then those young athletes see that people like Tom, Tori, Lauren are real people. They're not, fantasies, they're not gods, they're real people. But they also see how hard they work, because they don't stop their training in these camps. They continue their work and their preparation for the upcoming international season. So it's, they're real, they see what they do, they pick up the good habits and learn what it is about high performance.
2 competitions underway in the field now. The men's high jump with young LeBron Cosgrave attempting 167. He's had 2 misses there at this stage. And the men's hammer throw underway, Debbie, that will have you cast your eye over. Anthony Nobelo's already been out there and he's the national champion. We're looking forward to seeing what he can produce tonight. Hanno Nell has been in the circle as well as we work our way through. In terms of hammer throwing conditions, does that vary to the javelin? How will they be feeling out there today?
No, it's nice and warm out there. The wind really doesn't affect the hammer at all until you're throwing well over 60 metres, where a little tailwind may assist in distance. But it's nice warm conditions. It's a lovely circle. The cage is well organised. So the guys and girls, they'll throw well tonight. So go team.
Yeah.
Right, that looked like Liam's first throw. He's a junior thrower from Auckland, coached by John Eden. So this is a big experience for him, being on the senior implement, which weighs 7.26 kilos, as opposed to the junior hammer, which he normally throws, which is 6 kilos.
How big is that transition? I mean, obviously, you can tell in terms of the weight, but how big is the transition for the athletes stepping up to the senior?
It's pretty big, because once that ball starts moving and they start making their turns, there's an incredible centripetal force that goes on, and the implement tries to pull the athlete over. So these athletes have to be very, very powerful in their legs and back to maintain good posture in order to execute their technique. So that was 48 metres 51 for Liam.
And Anthony Nobilo 62 and 79 in his first throw that opened the competition, so it's a good start from Anthony.
Yes, a very good start for him. He's got a PB of 66.58 metres out of the Auckland Centre there. He's our top ranked thrower this season. His season's best is 63, so he'll be looking forward to really putting on more distance than that as this competition progresses tonight.
Is there sort of an optimum throw if you know, for those who have 6, and obviously Tori did her best tonight on her 6th and final, does it depend on the athlete as to when they might produce in their series?
Usually they start the competition pretty well because they're fresh, and then after a little break after the 3rd round, when they're splitting the field off to the top 8 competitors and redoing the order, they often will start again in the 4th, 5th round when the competitive juices really start going and they're fighting for places and to see who gets to win. There's Todd Bates coming into the circle now from the Tyree Club. Todd's coached by his mother, Raylene Bates. Todd's a policeman in Christchurch, so all credit to Todd for having a full-time job with a lot of stresses and pressures and still training for the hammer. Go Todd. Oh, just out of the sector. No throw there for Todd.
How much training is involved for something like the hammer throw, Debbie, if you want to compete at the very high, well, let's say a national standard in New Zealand?
Okay, well, you have to pretty much train twice a day, probably 5 to 6 times for 6 days a week. A lot of strength work in the gym, a lot of specific hammer work to develop the power to withstand the forces of the hammer on the forces that hammer pulls on the throwers there. But it's all about speed, building speed, and the more speed you build in the ball, the further it's going to go, but you've also got to be able to handle it. Otherwise, the javelin, the hammer will just pull you over. Sorry, one track mind on javelin.
It seems that very much, I think most of the throwing, but certainly with a hammer, you really want your confidence high to be throwing well.
Yes, these are our big, powerful men, these hammer throwers, but they're really dynamic in the circle. Hammer is a totally kind of learned event, whereas shot put, discus and javelin have got natural elements to them. Hammer is really quite learned.
Max Abbott there, 18-year-old local from Athletics Wellington, Karori, through 53.61 at the Potts Classic, finished 3rd there. Yes,
I think Max will be pleased with that good solid starter to give him confidence to carry out through the rest of the competition, get a good feel of the circle, and so he can really accelerate that ball through his throw. You can see the throwers are well caged in there with the front gate turned off the left side of it there for a right-handed thrower to protect everybody. We don't want the hammer hooked around into the high jumpers or lost out the other side onto the track and into the triple jumpers.
Just a slight delay over there at the moment, and athlete 104, Damien Nene, just waiting for something to be adjusted here.
Don't quite know what's going on actually.
No throw there.
Yeah, just some discussion between the officials, I think, just deciding whether they're ready to move on.
Sam Ridsdale there at the high jump, taking the bar down. Jump 166 at the Cooks Classic last weekend. Debbie, in terms of coaching, how big is your team at the moment? Are you concentrating on Tori? Do you have others to look after as well?
Yes, I'm a part-time coach, so I concentrate my coaching time on Tori, of course. She's got big aims, she's got a huge workload and needs a lot of time each day. And running a solo Tori is another young thrower that I had here today, Toby Robb, just turned 18. Who finished 4th in the men's javelin, was one of his first times ever on that senior weight, so I was very pleased with how well he went today. And there is another one at home, a young guy, Bradley Bidwar, just turned 17. So we call those two boys Tori's brothers because they just follow her around. But they're a great bunch, lots of fun, and with the young throwers, it's really good for me as a coach to be reminded of the fundamentals with them. It's good and healthy for my coaching practice. The fundamentals don't change, but it's how you apply them to individuals' stages and development, their strengths and their weaknesses. So that's the fun of coaching, is trying to get the chemistry right, so to speak. And yeah, the boys are good. I enjoy them, and so does Tori. Have plenty of fun around training, a lot of banter. It's all healthy.
Indeed. Another successful attempt there over the 178 bar there at the Fujifilm men's high jump. That was Lucas Lambert, Matthew Orkamp over that prior as well. In fact, there's an update for us. So Orkamp through in his first attempt at that height, having missed at the previous height, but getting on his second attempt. And Lucas Lambert has jumped all three.
You were just saying before, Debbie, about the camaraderie between the throwers across the events. We've just seen a no throw there from Damien and as he walked off, several other athletes all came up and gave him a high five, bit of encouragement. He needs to get back out there and have a good throw next time around. But I think that's the mental part, the psychological part of the throws, isn't it? You can have a bad throw, but you need to get back in there and have another crack at it. And the throwers know that. They've got the positive vibes. They're encouraging, especially a young athlete like Damien, to go and do that.
Yes, that's what, to me, the throws are very special, that camaraderie. We want high standards, like the camp showed it. We're building team. Even though it's an individual sport, we're building good team spirit. That get out there and they support each other. They make friends. And everyone is encouraging, because we want the standard of the throws to get higher, because that makes the top athletes go even higher, or further in their throws, I should say, not high jump. But yeah, we spend a lot of time training together. So like in the gyms, 2 hours, on the field 2 hours. So you actually really do get to know your competitors and your teammates really, really well. And same with the coaches. We'll spend a couple of hours out there all sitting together talking about our throwers, encouraging each other's throwers on. And that's, to me, really, really special. I love it. It's the best. Oh, there's Liam and Chuck Wolf throwing.
You took us through a little bit when we see that throw come out. Is there something that, as a coach, you're watching for? Do you can you tell from the release whether that throw's been a good throw? You can see as it's flying through the air.
As I watch a throw from the beginning to the end, when the implement is delivered, I look for a build-up of speed of the implement. So when the athlete releases the implement, or the hammer in this case, it's at its fastest. It's at its peak acceleration. It's not slowing down. Liam didn't quite get his foot down to stabilise his delivery on that throw, but credit to him, he kept going on that heavy hammer for him and managed to release the javelin. Apologies, everybody.
Well, I think that's one of the beauties of as you're getting mixed up between the events. We've got the women's and men's shot put, we've got the men's and women's javelin, we've had the women's javelin, we've got the men's hammer out there now. I guess it's the beauty of not only having the Capital Classic here, but with the solar power throws competition tomorrow. I guess we're expecting to see a lot of these throwers out there in Lower Hutt competing there.
It's a terrific opportunity for these throwers to get 2 competitions in 2 days, and I know tomorrow is going to be a real celebration of the throwing events out at Shaka Solar Power's place, and it'll be just fantastic, a real celebration of the throwing events. They'll be serious, they'll be competing hard, but it'll be fun, it'll be exciting. It's just really, to me, what sport is about.
And the discus throwers are going to have Thomas Waldron out there entering back into the athletics frame as well. We've seen an article come out this week talking about him getting back involved in the sport, and it's great to see an athlete. Obviously competed at the high level he did in rugby, and now that he's done with his rugby, he's deciding to come back out and take on the discus again.
Speaking of solar power, here's Shaka Solar's son Caleb in the hammer, but unfortunately didn't manage to succeed in his throw because it went into the cage. But next throw, he's just completed the javelin event, Caleb, finishing 5th. So talented, very talented young man.
Debbie, what's it like backing up? We're talking about that competition tomorrow for any of the throwers, really, any of the events. Are they difficult to back up 24 hours away?
No, the javelin is, because it's so demanding. But unfortunately, Tori has to return home tomorrow for work commitments. Because she works part-time as well. It's training full-time. It's a fact of life for our athletes in New Zealand. But for the hammer, discus, shot put, they won't have too much trouble competing again. It's all about your approach to it. You want it.
Ethan Phillips there at the high jump mat. He's knocked down 183 twice now. Ethan was actually in the javelin earlier on today.
Oh, yes.
Lane 3, New Zealand A, Lane 4, New Zealand Juniors, Lane 5.
Better throw for Todd Bates on his second round there in the background of the high jump, which is really good. He settled himself down just off the plane this morning with his wife. He'll be competing in the women's hammer a little bit later.
And on the track, we're getting ready for the women's relay, which will feature our first look tonight at Zoe Hobbs, who's going to bring home New Zealand A, who are drawn in the middle. New Zealand B going to be in lane 3, New Zealand A lane 4, and the New Zealand junior team under 20 in lane 5 in the Mediterranean Foods 4x100 women's relay. So, Debbie, we're getting to that time where we've got multiple things to look at. Gets tricky, but a lot of fun.
This is what's so exciting about an athletic meet. There's always something on in the middle, in the throws, the jumps, and then you've got the track going on around it. It's exciting. Very, very good. It's the best part of our sport. There's always something going on.
Going up in the high jump to 1.88 m.
Well, that second throw is much better for young Liam there, 49.80. So he is just second behind Hanno Nell from the Hastings Club.
A few struggling to register a distance at the moment,
Yes.
Debbie. Just nerves, do you think?
Yes, I think so, and getting the feeling for a new circle, and get a bit nervous and start trying too hard. They've just got to relax and go with the flow and just accelerate that ball. But then again, it gets a little difficult if your relay changes going right on beside the circle. So that young thrower is very sensible to wait until after the relay has gone past.
Indeed, they'll be gone through in a flash. This is the Mediterranean Foods 4x100 metre women's relay, and they're underway. New Zealand A are in the middle of this trio. New Zealand juniors under 20 in the outside lane.
Anna Percy running League 1 for that New Zealand A team.
And they've quickly made up that stagger and taken the lead going into the back straight. The New Zealand B team are in lane 3 on the inside of this trio.
Difficult change there for New Zealand A team at the second changeover, but running well.
And the handover to Zoe Hobbs to bring it home here, which will give her a tune-up for the upcoming 100 and 200 metre events tonight. Zoe Hobbs in outstanding fashion, and this is the style of the New Zealand 100 metre record holder, who's in the form of her life at the age of 24. And the time, though, would have been trimmed up with that unfortunate change coming off the back
Unofficially, it looks
there.
like it might have been just a whisker outside the New Zealand record. But that New
They
Zealand
may have just missed the New Zealand record there, and that baton change, Reece, would have made all the difference there.
Yeah, just looked like a little fast start there for the third leg runner, but yeah, lack of competition out there. Obviously, New Zealand's best team. It's hard to find another team in New Zealand that can run up against them. So, no, great to see. I think all of these women will see out again in individual events later this evening. So great to see them putting it together. The opportunity to actually do a relay race and practice those changeovers in New Zealand is difficult. So great to see them taking the opportunity here at the Capital Classic to put that team together. And certainly with the likes of Anna Percy, Georgia Hulls, obviously Zoe Hobbs and the way they're running, look, a relay team, it is possible. Zoe might qualify individually for the Commonwealth Games, but certainly looking at a relay team, we might be able to get a few more women there as a relay team for the Commonwealth Games as well and give them an opportunity.
Oh, they so deserve to be there. Those girls have been running so well overall. It's really exciting watching their progress. I hope the men's 4x1 can do as well as what the girls are.
We saw just a few years ago the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow what a difference it can make with the women's 4x4, whether we have a women's 4x4 team over there, and what it did for raising the standard of women's 400 metre running. So certainly while Zoe's running at the level she is with the girls she's bringing along as well, it'd be great to see a 4x1 team there competing in the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, it sure would be, Reece. I'd love it.
And they have gone under the meet record there with their 44.74, and not far outside the New Zealand record. Back to the hammer.
Oh, Anthony Nobilo. Yes, another good throw over 60 metres, I would say. I don't know how far over 60 metres.
Yes,
though.
we had that discussion a little bit earlier. We have noticed that the measurements on the markers may not be as accurate as it looks from our view up here in the commentary booth, but we'll wait for that official.
Anthony looked like he built really good speed throughout that throw, and he set up for the delivery. Good guy. He's a small thrower, so he's very dynamic. Good technician.
Yes, that's what I'd have to be if I was out there throwing. I'd have to be dynamic, I think, is rather than powerful.
Hopefully we'll see that distance, so the board swing round, Debbie, so we can pick out the distance there for Anthony Nobilo's latest throw.
62.91, a little bit further than his first round throw of 62.79. Getting there, he's getting there. After 3 rounds, they just take the top 4 athletes into the last 3 rounds.
He won the Potts Classic with a 63 and 59. He'd be looking to better that. So we get ready for the men's 4x100 metre relay.
Away they go. Hayato Ganato. He's got a good start for the New Zealand A team.
New Zealand A team in the middle again, lane number 4.
Tian Belton. Look at him go down the back straight.
Tian Belton we're getting to look at for the first time tonight. He's been running some outstanding times for the 100 metres. We look forward to him in the individual event later. Again, just a little awkward baton change there off the back. Looked like a quick 100 from Welton though. Cody Wilson bringing it home. He's in good form too. Ran 10.60 recently. We'll get the time for the New Zealand A team shortly. And we look forward to them stepping out in the individual events later, 41.266.
And just looking quickly at the meet record, no, they didn't quite make it. 40.02, set in 2006.
.266, New Zealand A, 42.36 for the B team, the Wanganui Athletics team, home in just under 50 seconds.
And we are seeing down the back straight some of our women's long jump athletes starting to warm up, so we will move over and get some coverage of the women's long jump in just a few minutes.
Young Caleb Solar into the hammer circle again now for his third throw. Let's hope he can succeed and get a good throw.
And some big shoes to fill following in Dad's footsteps.
Very big shoes to follow. But all due credit to Shaka and his wife, that the support they have given their young athletes as well as their own children, and the establishment of the Solar Power Throwing Academy is just wonderful. What's going on out in the suburbs of Wellington. Right, let's go, Caleb. Yes, he managed to get it successfully out, but you can see the big heavy hammer pushing Caleb back. He wasn't quite strong enough to counter the forces that were going on it, and he did get thrown around a little bit on his delivery. Caleb normally would be throwing the 6 kilo.
Yeah, and you talk about the Solar Power Academy, the great asset that Shaka has been able to set up out in Lower Hutt. Yeah. He's got a facility out there, purpose-built throwing facility. I find it interesting when I drive past there, of course, and on one side of the street, just a few hundred metres away, we've got Nick Willis's childhood home, and you think, hey, this should be an area that these kids are inspired by Nick Willis and his achievements, and obviously the Willis family, Steve as well, and but yet just across the road you've got the Solar Power Academy. It's actually the throwing that's actually growing in that area, and the Lower Hutt throwing community is just growing leaps and bounds.
It's just really brilliant to see the numbers of young athletes that go through the academy and the work that those coaches do with them there. So it's not only about good athletic skills they're learning, but it's about life skills, and they're growing really good young people that are going to be most wonderful contributors to our society in the future. You can just see it. They're fantastic. I love them all. Chuck and his team need to be very, very proud of what they're doing and the work that they're doing in their community. It's awesome. Anna Grimaldi in the long jump. Not quite sure if that was a warm-up.
I think it might have been a warm-up there, Debbie,
yes.
But terrific to see her again. She performed well here last year, of course, and then thrilled us all at the Tokyo Paralympics.
And here's our Tairiri man, Todd Bates, coming into the circle, getting ready there. Right, Todd is sitting on 51.67 on his second round. Let's hope he can surpass that. Max Abbott has shot up to 55 there. Caleb 51.20 on that last throw of his, which is good to get him in there. Damien 44.25 and Anthony 62.91. Oh, does that look a bit further? It's hard to read the sectors here.
It is. I've made a couple of fatal conclusions so far, Debbie. So,
we've been blaming it on binoculars up here in the commentary booth. But so we've seen obviously some consistent performances. We've seen a few no throws with the hammer going into the cage. Is that common to see at this level, with the hammer being so difficult to manage?
Yes, it is. It is quite common. Also, it's a little bit windy today, and you'll find that the net is probably blowing in towards the circle instead of really being anchored and pulled back out. So when the hammer actually hits a part of the net or the cage, it slows it down. So you actually lose quite a lot of speed on the implement. The faster the implement can go, the further it's going to travel, of course. Right, so here's Aaron Booth, our decathlete, recently returned from the States in the high jump. Nice clearance there.
I think he threw reasonably well on the javelin earlier too, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a great javelin thrower. He's preparing for the New Zealand Championships in the decathlon, of course, and sort of multitasking. The decathletes are great. They do a lot of events and fill the field, and Aaron's terrific, great athlete.
Yeah, and repping the K-State uniform there.
Yes. Better get him in a Hamilton Hawk shirt.
Marcus Walton there knocking the bar down.
It's Mariah Ruranui on the runway. Waikato Bay have plenty athletes from Tauranga. She's our leading long jumper at the moment. She's also an Athletics New Zealand staff person working in coach development. Always a lot of wins there on that long jump runway for the girls to deal with.
Back to the high jump. And Hugo Jones.
Oh, just another warm-up pop-up there. Just checking her run-up. Right, that looks like the end of the first 3 rounds in the hammer, so they'll be selecting the top 4 athletes for 3 more to decide the placings.
Quinn Hartley from Invercargill. Debbie, obviously when the field gets reduced, the throws come around a little more quickly. Is that helpful for the top athletes?
Yes, it was for Tori today. When you get a big field, sometimes it really can be up to 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how efficient the officials are between throws, and it's very easy to cool down a little bit. So the athletes have to be very switched on and begin to prepare themselves. 4 or 5 athletes out from their next turn, so they're ready to hit the runway or the circle again. But you know, you train for it, you prepare for it, and they get used to it. Because at the Olympic Games and World Championships, there will only be 16 throwers in each group for a total of 32. But in previous years, when I've been away with Stuart Farquhar in the javelin competing at World Championships and Olympics, I think his first Olympics he had something like 20 throwers in his group. And that's a long time between throws because the Olympic officials are very switched on.
Marcus Walton, his latest attempt, and clear. Hamish Kerr, I note, still got the sweatshirt on, and obviously for somebody who's so outstanding in his field, he'll delay his entry for some time, and he'll end up probably jumping a number in a row. Debbie, you mentioned Tori earlier going to Australia, and obviously the competition there will be extremely strong, and I think she may have thrown over 62 metres in Sydney a couple of years ago. Is she the type of person who that competition will really bring out the best in her?
Yes, because those are the girls that she's competed with. We've trained with them, and again, it's the camaraderie again, and with everybody pushing each other to excel, you can't help but get lifted. You know, it's this really great, happy rivalry. The 3 girls, the Australian girls, were all finalists at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and it's just such a shame Tori wasn't able to be there with them, in spite of being selected by Athletics New Zealand, but that's another story for another day. Oh, and her first jump didn't quite make the board there. And Todd Bates out for his 4th round. Oh, you see Todd working into it, right-handed thrower. Good speed, finishing fast with a good release there. Let's see what the distance is. It's one of our young girls in the long jump.
Looks like Queenie Morgan there,
Oh,
who competed in the triple jump.
well, she's had a busy
Earlier.
day. And high jump. Nice clearance there.
Tom Maloney clear there. And prior to that, we saw Quinn Hartley.
Oh, that
Here's
was
an update on the hammer, Debbie.
yes, big improvement for Todd Bates there out of the Tyree Club. 56.48.
50. I'm going to say 56.
Yes. So Todd will be much happier with that. Now the real action is taking place.
So 101 there in the hammer. Max Abbott.
Max Abbott from Wellington there. Another right-handed thrower. Oh, 3 turns. And keep going, keep the momentum into the implements.
Wearing his Karori shirt.
Yep.
White with the
So Max
black
is a
K.
junior, he's under 20, so again another young guy on the heavy implement.
Hugo Jones taking the bar down at the high jump.
It's Mariah Riveranui on the long jump runway. Relaxing, waiting for the wind.
Up to 1.98
It's her first attempt. Trying to feel the wind.
Won the Potts Classic with 6 metres 8. Did Mariah.
She'll have
High
to-
jump. Sorry, Debbie.
So no, just say Mariah will have to go soon. Or what's going on with it? Here she goes. Oh, the wind is really strong, but I think illegal jump. Yes,
It's the
white
all clear.
flag. Yes, good start, Mariah. Then, oh, Anthony Nobilo had a bit of a slip there, but has brought the hammer back under control, so he's able to begin to start the throw again.
Doesn't look an easy thing to do.
And he's brought himself back under control again. Oh no. Pulled out of that one after 3 turns. Anthony's normally a 4-turn thrower. You can see this variation. The younger throwers only doing 3 turns. More mature throwers 4 turns. And here's Aaron Booth again. Ooh, just
198,
scraped
and he made a fair attempt at that.
his, yeah, just scraped his backside over the bar there and pulled it down.
Got the athletes getting ready down at the start-finish line for the series of 800 metres. There's a number of entrants. I'm not quite sure how many divisions they're going to be split into, but looks like the youngest competitors will be heading off first not too long from now. Looks like some extra sand in the middle's been requested over at the long jump pit.
Yes. Right, we have another young thrower coming into the hammer. These young throwers are really taking it to the hammer, even though it's heavy for them. They're not mucking around and giving it a really good go in amongst the seniors here.
Yeah, and you were saying before about the change from the junior weights up to the senior weights. Are we likely to see any of these athletes that will switch between the weights throughout the season for different competitions? Or
Yes, well, young Liam Wolf, he is a prime example who's throwing the senior today and will compete on it, but he's an under 20, so he'll be competing on the lighter 6 kilo hammer as well. So obviously when you get on the lighter hammer you'll go a lot faster. When you go on the heavy hammer it slows you down, so you can have a tendency to really try and muscle it, and when you start muscling things you shorten the radius. The arms pull in, so we're wanting the arms to stay as long as possible to keep the ball far away from you as possible, so you can get as much speed as you can into the implement for the delivery. Getting good coach talk here today, Reece.
Yeah, look, I think I'm ready to go out there and give it a crack. I'm not sure the hammer will go very far, but
Right, it's Todd Bateson again for his 5th throw. He improved certainly on his 4th throw. Let's see if he can do it again now. Oh, got more speed in there in the turns. Looked a lot more fluent.
just outside
But
the sector. It looks.
outside the
Just
sector,
outside.
yes, unfortunately there. Right, we have a left-handed thrower coming into the circle. So Max Abbott threw another 55 there. So at the moment, Anthony Nobino still leads with 62.91. Todd Bates is second with 56.48, and 55 for Max Abbott was third. I missed, and I think 51 for the 4th thrower. Yep, 51. Levi Papuali'i, he is lying 4th with 53.12.
So I'm down on the track now. We're back to the 800 metres. We've got a couple of heats here in the men's 800. We'll get some names for you as they come around.
We have a shuttle that's available for you right now outside the back of your entrance door.
Looks like Julian Baker from Wellington Harriers in the blue strip there in second place as they hit around the 200 metre mark.
John Gerber in front from Hill City, number 179. Trailing Julian Baker. Bell lap, 257 lying third. And that is young Jackson Mackay from Hastings.
With 350 metres to go.
Move from Jag Willers into third.
Through the 600 metres in about 1 minute 29.
Julian Baker applying the pressure coming down the side. Gerber not done with.
Baker still leading about 150 to go.
Noah Fenwick relying third and closing on these leaders. Gerber up to Baker again. Fenwick coming quickly too.
Looks like
John Gerber's going to kick away and score here. Noah Fenwick coming through for second. And Julian Baker third. John Gerber from Hill City University Club.
And provisional results are through already. Yes, John Gerber from Hill City University. Just to tick over 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 0.34.
2 minutes, 0.34 his time.
And in second place from Christchurch is Noah Fenwick, 201.3.
Noah Fenwick, 201.3 from Christchurch Avon. And Julian Baker third, tried to take the race to them down the back straight but paid for it late. 201.44. And Willers was fourth.
Looks like the A race not too far away. No mucking about. According to this, in lane 1, we've got Costa Mills from Athletics Wairarapa. Lane 2, Travis Baylor, Whangarui. Lane 3, Dylan Ford from Christchurch. 4, James Ford from Takapuna. Lane 5, Michael Staroniski from North Harbour. Lane 6, Callum O'Keefe. Actually, that's a scratching, sorry. And we've also got Joseph Morgan and Liam O'Donnell. Here's your lineup.
Runners called to the marks for the men's A800.
And away in the feature race for the Team Leisure Harcourts.
286 on the outside, Liam O'Donnell.
At this early stage of the race.
Yeah, leading their mark as they go around the 200 metre mark, it's Sam Petty, husband of Angie Petty. So we're hoping we might have Angie up here in the announcers booth for a little bit of commentary for the women's 800, maybe even the 1500, but Sam Petty running well out the front.
Michael Stasinski in second place at the moment, followed by Dylan Ford third as they get the lap, and they've broken away about 10 metres on the remainder. Lying fourth is Liam O'Donnell. Sam Petty opening up though by about 5 or 6 metres.
So we're expecting to see Sam
He's
Petty.
pulled away.
We can see there he's just stepped off the track as the pacemaker. I was wondering if that was the case. We do have Sam entered in the 1500 coming up a little bit later, but setting a good fast pace there in the first lap for this A800 metres.
Michael Stasinski is leading. Dylan Ford second. Liam O'Donnell coming around the outside and launching his claim. Michael Stasinski turns first. Dylan Ford attacks the outside. Liam O'Donnell's runs come to an end. And Dylan Ford from Christchurch Old Boys is going to kick away and win from Michael Stasinski. Liam O'Donnell third.
Good solid run there from those young athletes, and I think we were talking a little bit earlier about the camaraderie within the throws in the field events, and I think we saw it there with Sam Petty. He's lined up to run the 1500 metres later, but he's come out here to help some of those younger athletes and set the pace there in this 800.
Yeah, absolutely. It really helps the middle distance runners. They really need to be taken through the laps at the right pace for them in order to nail the times that they're hunting for into places. So good old Sam for doing that for him.
And I think maybe with Sam and Angie doing some coaching now down in the Christchurch area as athletes themselves,
Yes.
now pushing a little bit into the coaching area. They do have some young athletes coming through and obviously starting to see the benefits of jumping out on the track and maybe dragging them along a little bit.
Yes, Angie and Sam have got a wealth of experience between them, plus the know-how in programming, etc., and the passion for it. So those young athletes are really, really lucky to have coaches of that calibre there down in Christchurch to help them. It's great, good for the future of the sport.
Yeah, and obviously Angie's, I believe, about 4 months pregnant at the moment, so 4 or 5 months pregnant, so she's not out here competing at this stage of the season, but yeah, all the best for Angie if we don't see her up in the commentary booth, and I'm sure her running is continuing throughout her pregnancy, and obviously she'll be able to continue the coaching as well, and coaching Sam, making sure that Sam's out there doing it for the family.
Right, that was Hannah Maloney from Christchurch Old Boys on the long jump there, and we have our next 800 metre girls lined up, ready to go. And they're off, racing this time.
Latest, yes, indeed. Take me back to my day job.
800. They go through the first 100 metres.
Got the first of the women's 800 metre races.
They'll all be trying to
And
show that they deserve to be in the A race.
good tight bunch here, opening up the B race for the women's.
I think that might be Samantha Cork out front from North Harbour Bays.
The hammer throw. Looks like it was a personal best for Big Max
Auckland City Athletics, a couple of young girls there in second and third.
2-3-0 leading them down.
So it looks like Samantha Cork leading Lucy Shannon.
Lying
And Maddie
third.
Kelso Heat there in third place as they go through with the bell.
Right, as the girls go past the hammer cage, you'll see the men's hammer is concluded with Anthony Nobilo taking the victory there. Todd Bates was second, and the local guy, Max Abbott, third with a big PB of 55. Good work for the junior.
Yes, we were saying before, there's stuff going on all over the place. We've got the men's shot put now starting to kick off. We've got the women's long jump running down the back straight as the first heat of the women's 800 now comes around with 200 metres remaining.
Lucy Shannon leading.
Right. Thanks for having me, guys, and enjoying the hammer competition and getting in
So
amongst
big
the
thanks
throws.
to our expert commentary there from Debbie Strange, coach of Tori Peters.
Into the straight here. Maddie Kelso Heat has driven to the lead. 199 lying second. And that is Gabrielle Healy. Victory to Maddie Kelso Heat.
Series here in the high jump, 2 metres away.
Thanks, Debbie. Thank you. You're great. Debbie Strange departing the commentary area. We thank you, Debbie, for talking us through that hammer and also reflecting on Tori Peters' New Zealand resident record today. Now, on the track shortly, we'll have the A race for the women's 800 metres. We don't have official fields for this, so we work through the list trying to find who's there for the A race. Over at the high jump, they're at 2 metres 8. Women's long jump on in the back straight, and men's shot put about to get underway as well. So the women's A grade 800 metres about to take place. Taking their marks at the 800, and there are 2 lanes here where there's 2 runners in each lane. Macy Hilton way on the outside, leading out through the stagger, but being picked up now as they settle into formation. Jennifer Hawke has taken the lead, expecting a challenge from Holly Manning. is lying second. Behind them is Emma Douglas. Going past her is Kiera Hall. Holly Manning's gone to the lead the outside. And Jennifer Hawke the inside. With a lap to go. Expect keen competition from that pair. They have been the form runners. Kiera Hall lying third, followed then in fourth spot by Macy Hilton. Holly Manning stretching out in the back straight, puts about 5 metres here on Jennifer Hawke. Kiera Hall lying third. Gap starting to appear. Rosa Twyford running on from the pack, but Holly Manning has gone clear by 10 metres here on Jennifer Hawke. Kiera Hall, Rosa Twyford running into fourth. Running on Susanna Lynch. But Holly Manning travelling extremely well, will win this comfortably. The women's A grade 800 metres from Jennifer Hawke. Kiera Hall third, Rosa Twyford fourth. And fifth to go by will be Macy Hilton. Get the time for you shortly. Holly's been in excellent form. She won the Potts Classic in 2:06 on a home track. Ran 4:38, running fourth in the Cook's Mile New Zealand Championship. That was a PB for her. Sounds like she's run around 2:06 again. Holly Manning in the A grade 800 metres. We'll get that result for you shortly from the A grade. Here it is. 800 metres challenger event. Holly Manning 2:06.56. Jennifer Hawke at 2:09. Kiera Hall 2 minutes 10. Chloe Hughes was fourth. As our action continues, we're joined by a runner that I've been wanting to meet for about 4 decades or so, and that's one Mr. Rod Dixon. Now, where do we start with Rod's introduction? Well, he did win a New York Marathon in 1983, won a bronze medal in 1972 at the Munich Commonwealth Games. But Rod, I think the reason you're here tonight is because of your win in the under 20 mile in 1969, which has been resurrected this evening. Welcome to the commentary team.
Well, thank you very much, and it is fantastic to be back here at Newton Park. And yes, I love the 1969 and the 1972. So for a lot of people that was last century.
I was alive.
But it's been fantastic, and coming in here just brings back a lot of memories. I won national championships here and Wellington championships, so it's a very special moment for me to reconnect the dots and come back here. Fantastic.
How does it feel for you to see them lining up here in the Catherine Switzer Athletics New Zealand under 20 mile championship for the women for the very first time? Must be a real thrill for you to see this.
Yes, absolutely. It really is. And you know, I've been watching some of the pre-runs here, and you know, the times are good. The times are very, very good. And I remember in our club, and Sue Hayden, who is a New Zealand representative, Commonwealth Games, running when she was running 2:4s and 2:5s. And these girls are not far off that. Very, very close in time.
Would you enjoy these conditions?
These are actually ideal. I think this is a very ideal. There's not the wind that always associated. I mean, we see the flags there twisting and turning, but I think the runners are talking very much that they're not hammered by the wind.
So they took their marks, been asked to step back though in the New Zealand Junior Under 20 Mile Championships, and a field of 8 race about to get underway.
Yeah, and with the New Zealand mile titles on the line for the first time, certainly whoever wins here tonight is going to go down in history and great to see a good little field of junior women.
Young Bo Ritchie leading out in the initial stages. Rod, they're used to running 1,500 metres. We know it's 109 more metres. Tactically, does that throw anything up? Is it a different race? Is it a similar race?
Well, it's certainly it takes a little bit extra care to cover that extra distance. It's not a lot, but certainly the mile has recovered its status worldwide, and of course, you know, we're working very closely in the United States to have it reinstated into high school, which will then, of course, lead to more countries adopting the mile as a race. And I think, you know, a lot of athletes connect with the history of the mile, and when you think just the other day we celebrated 60 years since Peter Snell set the world mile record, and I think, you know, young kids now are starting to talk about the mile, and I have a kids program and they have the final mile, so the mile is back in the thinking of young people.
And they're through the first lap in around 1:18. Young Bo Ritchie still in front from 1:07 Jemima Ntunazi.
And the tall figure there in 5th place of Mackenzie Morgan. She ran the New Zealand Mile Championship, so the Senior Women's Mile Championship just last week up at the Cooks Classic in Wanganui. So certainly she's got some experience last week over the mile. Will be interesting to see how she goes there, currently in 5th place. But I'm sure for a number of these girls, maybe the first time, in fact, actually running over the mile distance. And you were talking before, Rod, about maybe the difference that is with that extra 109 metres. Does it change the tactics early on, do you think, over in contrast to the 1,500?
Yes, I think it does. And I think, you know, athletes start to get adjusted to running the mile by running the mile. It's all very well saying, you know, I'm a 1,500 metre runner and I'm going to run the mile, because the 1,500 they're already set in that pattern. So to run the mile, they have to think differently, and they have to have a slightly different strategy and how they prepare for it. And I think these girls are showing that they are well within their ability to run a fast mile.
Jemima Ntunazi is doing the leading here on Bo Ritchie. Third is Emma Ferguson at the moment. Then next through is Georgia Rose Dawson. Rod, of course, they begin by running straight into a corner too, which obviously is vastly different to the 1,500.
Yeah, and just confirming there from Jason Cameron from Athletics New Zealand, Hannah Gapes is a scratch. Was looking for her out there in the field. She would have been one of the favourites for this event.
A little bit of a pick-up in pace by the front two now.
Bo Ritchie, she's 14 years old, leading Jemima Ntunazi into the front straight. Still lying third there is Emma Ferguson, followed through then by Georgia Rose Dawson, and in 5th spot there Mackenzie Morgan. 1 lap to go. Bo Ritchie stepping it up at the front. Bo Ritchie picking up the pace here. Jemima Ntunazi going with it. They break away about 10 to 15 metres here on Emma Ferguson. Georgia Rose Dawson and Mackenzie Morgan, that's our leading 5. Bo in front, Jemima moving up the outside on the shoulder. They're running for the inaugural title of the Junior Under 20 mile, yes. And Bo Ritchie's got a kick.
She's made a good kick there. Very strong.
Runner of enormous potential here, Bo Ritchie. Out of Hamilton.
Very strong.
Strong finish. 5th in the 3,000 metres at the Cooks Classic last week. Is the new Under 20 junior champion over Jemima Ntunazi. And third to go by was Emma Ferguson. Slight in stature, very young, Rod, but
Yes.
you can see the talent there.
Absolutely. I like the way she set herself up with about 300 yards to go, or 300 metres to go, and put the pace in. She knew that she had that other girl with her at the turn, and then as soon as she hit very close to the home straight, she lifted again and she was able to stride away beautifully. Very strong run.
You were 18, was it, when you won the title in '69?
Yes, 18. It's
And doing
incredible.
a desk job somewhere? You're back at work, I think,
yes,
on the Monday?
I was working for SIMU Insurance, which is now AA Mutual, and I was a claims assessor. And I remember I had to ask the boss if I could have time off to go to the championships. And when I told him it was the New Zealand championships, he said, "Well, you better take off at 2 o'clock in the afternoon."
Things obviously took off for you very quickly after that. Within 3 years, you're at the Munich Olympics on the podium, third.
Yes. Yeah, it's. I think running that and getting that opportunity to win the national championship certainly was the springboard to believing in myself and working with my brother, who's my coach, and we worked towards. We had a dream that maybe the Olympics was possible. And then I made the 1971 World Cross Country team, and that just changed the way I looked at things. When I finished 10th in the world, and I said the Olympics could be possible. But of course I still had to run the qualifying time. I still hadn't broken the 4 minute for the mile. I still had to win a championship, so there's still a lot of work in between.
Yes.
But I think once you lock into that, then every step is one step that you take up the pyramid.
Tom Walsh with 20 and 53 leading the Team Ledger Harcourts mean shot put at the moment after one round. Always a pleasure to see Tom throw, one of our many world-class throwers at present.
Yeah, and just before we
This is our race.
get underway here in this junior men's mile, we heard just over the stadium speakers the announcement that Rod was up here in the commentary booth, and we saw a number of these young men in this junior men's field. They all turned their heads and looked up towards the commentary booth. They wanted to get a glimpse of Rod sitting up here and know that he's out here watching him. So
This is pretty emotional for me to be watching this race.
So a youngster from Wellington, Will Anthony, looks as though he's started off well here in this junior men's mile national championships. James Harding, one to watch. James Harding, and he'll be in the black strip, New Zealand Secondary School strip. He's run 3:50 for the 1500 metres, ran 1:48.95 last year. He's going to be tough in the home straight. Will Anthony, more known as a 3,000, 5,000 metre runner.
Won the 3,000 metre title.
Certainly setting the
Harcourts
pace
Classic.
very, very solid. He's got those four runners way ahead of the rest of the pack. And he looks quite comfortable. There's 61. It's pretty quick.
James Ford in second spot on the heels of Will Anthony. Carson Vesti lying third. Carson Vesti third. Luke Hitchcock lying fourth, 2:06. These four have drawn clear. Will Anthony leads James Harding, followed down by Carson Vesti, and then Luke Hitchcock.
Pretty impressive coming up to 2.5. Yes, 2.5. Very, very impressive.
Given he won a 3,000 metre title last weekend, Rod, he probably has to try and take it to the others and wear the sprint out of them.
Yes, the front two are looking very comfortable. And at 2.5, that's a very good time, very solid time.
And they've
So
pulled
James
clear.
Harding with the 1:48 pedigree, 3:50 for 1500. Will Anthony last week with an 8:04.25. I believe that was a New Zealand under 19 outdoor record. I will have to confirm that, but very, very fast time for Will Anthony to take out that New Zealand Junior 3,000 metre championships at Wanganui.
It was a stunning display of dominance in that race, Reece, and he's brought that form here today, and clearly he's going to try and take the sprint out of James Harding. We're about 15 metres clear here of Carsten Vesti and Luke Hitchcock.
And so we're coming down here, Rod, with 1 lap remaining. We've got a 3,000, 5,000 metre runner trying to run the legs off the 800 metre guy behind him. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, this is, yeah, he's doing it right. He's got to take the speed out of the legs of the guy chasing him. Will speed exceed strength? It'll be very interesting. I think I've always put my efforts into strength, but now we're seeing he's coming back up and he's looking good. He's looking good to go past him now. Interesting, very interesting.
James Harding strides to the front. What response has Will Anthony got? They've come away about 20 metres on Luke Hitchcock. Coming back at him is Carsten Vesti as the battle goes on up front. James Harding with a kick-off
now.
Well, Anthony's hanging in there, about 5 metres back, turning for home. James Harding sprints for home in the under 20 mile championship. And he's got the kick. So James Harding's name will go alongside Rod Dixon's.
Very good. 4:10. Fabulous.
Second
time.
Will Anthony, a game run. Carsten Vesti just third on Luke Hitchcock. Others headed in there by Christian Duval.
Cool. I'm just looking at 4:10, and at that age I ran 4:07. So there's only 3 seconds between what I did and what they've just done. So fantastic.
Well, we're talking a little bit earlier about the Capital Classic mile record still stands at 4:06.9. It still stands.
That belongs to that man there, Reece Buck.
So I'm lucky I wasn't taken down by a junior performance tonight, but great to see some really good competition there, a good battle between those guys coming from 2 different distances, one's coming down, one's coming up, and we saw a really good competition.
Yes, and that's something that always fascinated me. Was back in the 70s when I was running against Prefontaine. Prefontaine was a 5,000 metre runner. I was a 1,500 metre runner. So we raced a lot over 2 mile or 3,000 metres. And he tried everything to get rid of me, but I just hung on and used my sprint to get past him. But he was still running 3:55 for a mile, so there was nothing in it. Always a couple of strides. So incredible, really. He tried everything he could to get rid of me, and I did everything to hang on to him. So.
And am I correct in thinking 1:48 was your best for 800 metres?
1:47.6.
1:47.6.
Yes.
So we've got a youngster here, James Harding, just run the mile. His PB's 1:48.95. We might even see a championship marathon out of him one day.
Well, let's hope so. Yeah, fantastic. Very, very good. Very inspiring to see these young guys.
Yeah, and obviously we've had you're talking at the start when we first got you on about kind of this resurgence of the mile around the world. Obviously we're seeing that in New Zealand with this push over the last couple of years to reinstate not only the New Zealand Mile Championship, which we saw last week in Wanganui, and we saw New Zealand senior women's and senior men's mile titles handed out, and some great competition as a result of that. I think one of the best mile fields we've seen for women in a long time, with the title on the line, and obviously culminating tonight here with these junior miles being, for the men, reinstated into the program. For the women, junior women's first time we've seen it. It must be, I guess, satisfying for you as a former athlete, now still involved in the sport in different ways, to see an event that you have such a passion for, the mile, and see it coming back like this.
Well, it's certainly when I'm asked about my favourite distance, and I always immediately reply the 1 mile, and they go, really? You know, you've done 10,000, you've done the marathon, you've done steeplechase, you've done cross country, really? And I said, yes, the mile is something special, because I was inspired by Jack Lovelock and Peter Snell and the 4x1 mile relay teams that they used to have against the Oregon. It was all very inspiring. Herb Elliott, the great Australian. So the mile has always been very special. Of course, just to be a witness to John Walker running 100 sub-4 minute miles, and now Nick Willis running 20 years of sub-4 minute mile. And it's just so exciting because I have a kids running program, over 500,000 kids, and they do the final mile as part of their kids marathon. And so when they hear about this and when they see about the world champions and the Nick Willises of this world running the mile, they feel connected more so than if it was at 1,500 metres.
Yeah. And look, you raised the mile, I guess the history-making mile of Nick Willis just last week, or earlier this week, when he ran that 20th year in a row of sub-4 minute miles indoors at the Millrose Games. I'm interested to get your thoughts on, because we keep hearing about this 20 years of sub-4s. When we saw the list this week come out of all of those performances over the last 20 years of Nick, and I picked out a 15-year period there where between his first and his most recent sub-355 was a 15-year period. And to me, as a former 1,500 metre runner, that almost stands out as more impressive. 15 years between those sub-355s. What's your thoughts on that part of that legacy as well?
Oh, absolutely phenomenal. The consistency, his ability to year after year to train, consistency, to prepare and to go out and challenge not only the world's best, but also to his best, and just constantly year after year after year. And I mean, obviously I was more in John Walker's era, and I was overwhelmed by the fact that John could sometimes run a sub-4 minute mile 4 times in a week of 7 days, and these were different countries. And so, you know, to see that legacy continued by Nick for 20 years is just phenomenal. And of course, just a couple of weeks ago, we recognised that it was 60 years since Peter Snell set the world mile record at Whanganui. And so all this amazing history, and it's so inspiring to be part of that, and to be able to pass the baton on to these young kids today, to have them feel the same way that they are carrying on the legacy. And that's where the mile has the power. And I don't think it happens quite so much in the 1,500.
Cool. And we have seen the some results popping up on the screen there from the men's shot put. That's now underway. Obviously the long jump down the back straight. Our next events on the track, we will be moving to the 100 metres. We're obviously looking forward to seeing Zoe Hobbs in action with the records she's been breaking over the last couple of months. And unfortunately we do have a little bit of a wind picking up here in Wellington. But we are looking forward to that. But before we let you go, Rod, you were mentioning before about your the Rod Dixon Kids Marathon. It's one of your big initiatives that you've been driving in the States for a number of years now. Is that something that it's continuing to grow? Obviously, is that something that's going to come to New Zealand at some point?
Yes. Well, I have actually done, we did a program in Nelson and for Counties Manukau, which was aimed more at the Otara and the Polynesian, Maori, Pacific Island communities, and that's still going. And but now I've just had a wonderful few days with Damien O'Connor, the Minister of Agriculture, and I've shown him what we've been doing, and in the initiatives now for 2028 for the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, and the commission now with Governor Newsom, and the health, wellness and immunity for kids, and get them moving. Let's move. And athletics or running has been very, very much part of that, and I think timing is right now to work with Athletics New Zealand to reinstating the daily mile or the daily run into the kids' lives in schools, and let's get them healthy and active, and just see what we can do for the future generation.
Cool. Well, hey, thanks very much for joining us up here in the commentary booth this evening, Rod. We are going to let you go. We know you want to get down and watch maybe. There's a few faces, a few hands to shake around here, maybe some elbows to knock in the COVID world. and obviously later on this evening, Julian Oakley, one of our latest New Zealand mile champion last week at Wanganui, he's going to be racing later on this evening in the men's 1500, so we hope you enjoy that.
Great. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Julian again. I saw him at Wanganui, and I've seen the 10,000 metres and the mile and the 3,000. He's one of our most consistent in that field, and it's going to be great to see him racing again tonight. Yeah.
So I sent him an email just a week or so ago welcoming him to the 3,000 metre National Champions Club, and I told him it was a very, very elite club, a little bit easier to get into than the mile championship club. But no, it is great to see an athlete like that, and it's great that you're able to be back in New Zealand and actually able to see up face to face and actually watch in person some of these athletes as they're coming through, because I'm sure over the last few years you've seen the likes of Nick Willis and Sam Tanner and that coming through. You've seen them on the TV competing in the New Zealand strip at the Olympics and so on, but seeing them on what for you I guess is these home tracks, these tracks that you have familiarity with, having raced here, getting to see these youngsters coming through and racing on these same tracks must be pretty special.
And that's why we've got to also to encourage these and to give opportunity to even back into the primary schools, the elementary schools, and getting kids just run, jump, play, having fun and doing running, because that we've seen it runs, it carries through into high school and college education, and then into towards the Olympics. That's what we've got to inspire kids of all ages.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks very much, Rod, and all the best for the rest of the evening, and all the best with the Rod Dixon Kids Marathon program, as we might see it expand a little bit in New Zealand.
Thank you, Rod. Rod Dixon, just a pleasure to have him here on the occasion of the Under 20 Mile Championships. Bo Ritchie, the age of 14, taking out the women's event, and James Harding, successful in the men's Under 20. And he's now being introduced to Richard Willis, Nick Willis's father. Nick, of course, the race today was named after him. Nick Willis Under 20 Mile Championship. In that shot put, you will have seen the results coming up. Tom Walsh, well, he just doesn't disappoint, does he? Out beyond 21 metres, 21.01, which is terrific. It is his second competition back from a significant spell. He hadn't been competing since September, when he stepped out at the Cook's Classic last weekend and put 20.76, which he was happy with. Well, he's gone beyond that tonight with 21.01. 20.59 and 20.53 his other two. As you'd expect, he's a clear leader on this field, but an inspiration for those who are competing alongside him. We have the women's 100 metres sea race coming up, and of course over there in the hammer cage we have the women's hammer throw underway, which does feature Lauren Bruce, and she was outstanding last year and of course went on to represent New Zealand at the Tokyo Olympic Games. So we're looking at top quality throwers both ends of the stadium here at Newtown. To my left, as I look at it, the men's shot put featuring Tom Walsh, and to my right the hammer throw featuring Lauren Bruce, who's going to step into the cage very shortly. Through 72.05 at Wanganui last weekend, 71.38 in the Potts Classic. Her best being 74 and 61, but she's in a good vein of form. And there she is, just awaiting her turn in the cage. So just some adjustments being made in the hammer circle, something being examined at the moment while we await Lauren to step in. understand she will be at the Solar Academy tomorrow for the meeting there, where she has been a regular visitor. She's also been throwing the shot put extremely well. Women's C100 metres coming to the blocks. Don't have the official field in front of me, so I won't be able to call them during the race, but we'll pick up the winners at the line as they take their marks at the blocks. And underway in the first of our 100 metres, and 2:16 Emily Jackson has exploded to a clear lead, and Emily Jackson will win very comfortably in our first 100 metres, the C race for women, and win over 3:51 Lily Tankersley. So Emily Jackson, very comfortable winner of the C race. Get the times up shortly. B race going to the blocks very shortly. Trying to get a feel for the wind up the back here. Reese, does feel like they will have a tailwind for the 100 metres?
Yeah, I think we were talking about this earlier. We had a very, very light breeze, warm atmosphere here, quite muggy earlier on. As we're starting to progress into the evening, it's getting a little bit cooler. That wind does feel as though it's picking up, but unfortunately for the 100 metre runners here, what we actually do have is a tailwind for that first 30-40 metres, but because of the nature of how the stand is built here, we do have this wind that swirls around and comes in and creates a headwind for this last 20 or 30 metres. So that it is a difficult track to run at for the 100.
Good start for Lauren Bruce there in the hammer circle. Looked like a smooth transition through the circle. Rod Dixon now presenting the medals, and the gold medal to James Harding, the winner of the under-20 junior mile, which Rod Dixon won in 1969, and it's been run for the first time since then, this evening at Newtown Park.
There we go, face to the voice that was helping us with the commentary throughout that those two races, the junior women's and junior men's national mile championships.
Still a very fit man over the age of 70.
A lot less grey hair than a few of us.
Going to the blocks for the women's B 100 metres. And action continuing in the hammer circle. Don't have the official fields for these 100 metres, but underway, and a fairly even line coming through. Number 246, about wider 376. The winner in lane number 7.
Looks like Michaela Fitty there from Athletics Richmond. A very strong run.
So ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes up, top hot circle. We've got our world champion Tom Walsh, bronze medalist from the Olympics in the circle now.
Here's Tom with his fourth put as the women for the A 100 metres warm up. Tom through the circle. Another big throw out towards the 21 metre mark, but a red flag as Tom came out the front. But 21.01, very easily a meeting record, breaking Ryan Ballantyne's 1985, set in 2020.
Math correct.
Up next on the track, we have a real treat with the women's 100 metre final, featuring Zoe Hobbs in New Zealand.
Action continuing in the women's hammer throw. And we're desperately trying to take down names here for the 100 metre final. The A event, Zoe Hobbs, number 207, is going to be in lane 5.
Zoe broke the New Zealand record at Potts Classic recently, 11 points.
Zoe 11 and 21 in the Potts heat. She ran 11.14 in the final, but it was wind assisted, so 11.21 from the heat remains as her New Zealand record. They take their marks, eyes on Zoe Hobbs, 207 in lane 5. And away first time. Good start from Zoe, as you would expect, driving clear into the lead now. And it'll be a comfortable win for her. Eyes on the clock. It's another quick run.
And it looks like a strong run there for Anna Percy coming home in second.
We'll try and catch up with that wind and time shortly.
And perhaps Georgia Holes home in third. I didn't have Georgia down in the 100, but she's lining up in the 200 later, or listed too.
And we've got Zoe's times that's come through, 11.45.
11.45. 11.87 for Anna Percy. Van Ruin third, 11.88.
That's a bit of a shame for Zoe, only 300 to the second outside the meet record she set here in 2019, I think it was, or 11.42. A great run in these conditions.
Yeah, so the wind reading not quite playing ball for our top sprinters here tonight, but nevertheless, it's minus 3.2. So quite that's an excellent time into a headwind of minus 3.2.
So a headwind of minus 3.2 we're told here. And so to run 11.41 to that sort of headwind race, it just shows you what sort of shape Zoe Hobbs is in.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for the athletes as well, that wind reading often isn't a true reflection of how tough it's been, because it does move around and swirl around here on the home straight at Newtown Park. It could have been higher, but obviously the way they do the reading and where the monitor sits, that's what they've got for today.
Tom Walsh in the shot put circle fouled out in the previous, but 21.01 already tonight. He's pushing out to that 21 metre mark again. So consistent set of throws here for Tom in his second competition back from a break. Just under 21 metres here by the looks of the tape. Got Lauren Bruce in action in the hammer cage. And we'll catch up with her and the other competitors are going. Nicole Bradley's been throwing extremely well also around that 70 metre mark herself. Now Mill going in through 46.95 at the Potts Classic.
Appreciate that you come out tonight, though, to support the athletes under limited conditions.
Into the fifth round now in the men's shot put. Tom Walsh still leading with 21.01.
instructions in this men's C race.
100-metre action to continue shortly with the men's C race. Looks like we've got a field of 4. Again, unfortunately, we don't have the individual field, so just a large list of names. .225 is Liam Kilby.
And Cole Gibbons, I think, in lane 5 there.
Isaac Oliver closer in. Liam Kilby to win. Isaac Oliver second.
And
close
looks
go.
like Jackson Woolley on the outside there.
Top 4 here in the shot put throwing at the moment. Max Abbott, Liam
11.67 for Liam Kilby. 11.67.8. 7/1000th of a second separating them there. Cole Gibbons home third. 11.86.
Cast your eyes to the hammer as well. Leading meters in the
Lauren Bruce
circle.
into the circle.
So Liam Kilby,
Team Ledger Harcourts women's hammer throw.
and Cole Gibbons in contact in this first race.
And the B race, Blair Grant, Auckland City, Ryan Noon, John Gerber, Ryan Shotter, Ben Lambert, we know about him, he's one of Brian's two North athletes.
Blessing Cepho there in the at the shot put.
So the women's hammer throw of Lauren Bruce is for 69.76, just shy of
69.76 there for Lauren Bruce.
It's around the room to now.
Here's Tom.
Lauren is a current
Final throw for Tom.
Stepped out over the line. Looks like a no throw there for Tom, unfortunately.
Nothing recorded in the last, but I think 21.01 he's got to be happy with second up. Reese, it's very easily another meeting record here, and he has thrown further than he did last weekend when he came back from a spell. He was happy with that. 20.76 I think it was. 21.01 tonight. I think he'd be pretty pleased with his progress.
Yeah, and despite the no throws, a couple of consistent distances there. Even then on that last throw, in fact, two of the no throws that we did see were out in that 21 range. So I see James Robinson and Ben Lambert here in this second heat of the men's 100. So it looks like the athlete there in lane 4.
John Gerber just won that, who ran in the 800, and he's just taken out the 100B final.
Yeah, and a good run there from Ryan Shotter there from Hastings Athletic Club as well.
11.15 for John Gerber. He's got to be pleased with his night's work. .15 takes out the B race. Ben Lambert 11.33. Asher Petton Galbrand to 11.34, and Ryan Shotter fourth and 11.40.
So we've got Hayato Yamato in one, Aaron Booth in 2, Cody Wilson in 3, Tian Welton, this exciting young prospect in lane 4, Shay Beach, the long jumper and sprinter in 5, Dominic Overhead, son of a New Zealand champion in 6, Hamish Moore in 7, and Oliver Crinan, the secondary school champion in lane 8. That's the field for the men's A-grade 100 metre final. And remember that Tian ran 10.18 at the Potts meeting in Hastings.
Tian Welton, off the back of his extraordinary performance at the Potts Classic, 10.18. He actually ran 10.09 wind assisted there as well, and he's emerged from the shadow of Eddie Osai Nketia, who I see ran very well in Canberra at the weekend. But again, Reece, the emergence of another young sprinter who's on the cusp of qualifying standards for World Championships and also Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, and isn't it great to have a leading female sprinter at New Zealand record level and pushing for those games selections, and to have a young man coming through as well in the men's 100 that is not far off doing the same for the men.
Hammer throw continuing while we await this 100 metre A race for the men. We haven't been able to bring the hammer results through, but Lauren Bruce, 69 metres. Either side of Welton here, Cody Wilson in lane 3, PB of 10.60 recently. And then there's a gap next to Welton and Shay Veach, who was long jump and 100 metre national champion. Welton away, very tall, rangy figure, and he's got the limbs moving very early here and opened up on Cody Wilson, and a very easy win for Welton. We'll see what time comes up, but
yeah, tight finish coming through there for third, 4 or 5 of them, maybe Aaron Booth in there from lane 2.
Aaron Booth in 4 events as he builds for the Decathlon Championship in December. Very tall Welton, and it's clocked 10.42 here, which, given the conditions for sprinters tonight, he's probably got to be happy with. Cody Wilson 10.82, Oliver Crinan at 11.11, Hayato Yuneto at 11.16.
And great to see for the local club here, Mana Athletic Club, a small, generally a children's club, but 2 athletes maybe have come through, maybe got themselves now connected. I believe Oliver Crinan from St Pat's Silverstream, one of the coaches there associated with the Mana Children's Club, and maybe inspiring a few of the children there from the Mana Athletic Club with one with a 2-3 finish here in the Capital Classic men's 100 metres.
Indeed, Cody's been in fine form, and with Oliver there, that's half a decent relay team for Mana. Welton continuing his fine form though, and not the conditions to replicate what he was able to do at the Potts Classic where he ran 10.18, but nonetheless his performance tonight a tick over 10.4.
And we were talking about the difficult conditions obviously to run a fast time for the 100 metres, but we're about to kick off into the hurdles as our next event on the track. Even more difficult with the swirling wind here in Wellington, so time not such an issue, but actually just successfully making it over the 10 hurdles as they come down this home straight.
And the 100 metre women's hurdles for Fujifilm will feature the national champion, 22-year-old Amy Robertson.
Mentioned before about Alex Hyland from Auckland City. We saw her competing in the high jump a little earlier. She's going to be there in this women's 100 metre hurdles. Women's long jump continues in the back straight, and women's hammer just
awaiting the next competitor into the cage. .249 Lexi Maples from Christchurch through 51.19 in Hastings.
So next on the track we have women's 100 metre hurdles. We have Alexandra Highland, lane 3, Julia Burnham, lane 4, Meg Jones, lane 5, Christina Ryan, lane 6, and Amy Robertson, the current New Zealand champion in this event, in lane 7. This one's sponsored by Future Film.
Just a quick reminder to athletes, the shuttle back to the hotel is about coming at the set times behind the grandstand, so please don't miss those shuttles. There won't be extras put on later if you want to go back.
SAS Sports men's long jump features Shay Veach, who just ran in the 100 metres. National champion. Jumped 7.67 at the Potts Classic. 7.15. Cook's Classic was good enough to claim that title. It was actually his only legitimate jump there. Good to see what Shay can do tonight.
James Sandilands there with the successful jump in the men's long jump.
.5474 there, Daniel Shepherd, so that's her best effort for today so far.
So as we've spoken about earlier, Mark, obviously the world of athletics at the moment severely hampered by COVID and what that's doing around the world, and certainly with the restrictions we've had. We're very lucky to have had a series of meets around New Zealand. We've recently had the Cook's Classic up at Wanganui with the New Zealand Miles, obviously the Capital Classic tonight. We've got a whole series of meets now coming up with the Sir Douglas Memorial up in Auckland, obviously international track meet with the huge prize money that's attracting all of New Zealand's top athletes to go down there and continue that amazing event, and capped off in about a month's time with the New Zealand Championships.
And again, I see the National Championships having to alter their normal setup. Going to run them across 4 days. I think the juniors across the first couple and then the seniors across a couple more, and some logistical headaches for those, but their efforts in seeing these meets go ahead obviously well rewarded, and particularly with some of the performances that we've had tonight. I think we're up to maybe 4 meeting records, a New Zealand resident record, and obviously some outstanding sprinting that we have seen, although conditions not conducive to the quickest times for Hobbs and Wellington tonight.
Yeah, we just see there jumping Felix McDonald from Athletics Tyree. And line up there for the women's 100 metre hurdles in lane 3, Alexandra Highland. Lane 4, Julia Burnham. Lane 5, Maggie Jones. Lane 6, Christina Ryan. On the outside there, lane 7, New Zealand 100 metre hurdles champion, Amy Robertson.
She won last year in a career best 13:58 here, did Amy Robertson. Been called to the blocks in a moment.
Angus Liver there on screen in the men's long jump. Another one competing in the New Zealand Secondary Schools strip. So for those people who don't know about the New Zealand Secondary Schools team, often there's a paper team selected after the New Zealand Secondary Schools cross-country and track and field championships, and lucky enough this year, obviously there's an opportunity for those athletes to actually represent New Zealand Secondary Schools and come to these senior meetings.
Underway in the 100 metre women's hurdles, and Amy Robertson over the first flight comfortably. Coming after her is Julia Burnham closer in, lying second. Christina Ryan is third, but Amy Robertson with a very comfortable victory here. Christina Ryan finishing strongly, might have got up for second there on Julia Burnham. And 17-year-old Maggie Jones not too far away either in fourth spot. Again, you can see that competitors on the track, but the camaraderie amongst the athletes is high. 13.77. Her time here, 13.77 for Amy Robertson. Another dominant performance from the 22-year-old national champion over Christina Ryan. Slow start from Christina, but she certainly finished well, got over Julia Burnham.
Yeah, a very strong start there from Julia. I wonder, maybe it put a bit of pressure on Amy. She seemed to kick off after about 3 hurdles there. Once again, opportunity for the ladies to get a photo.
110 metre hurdles coming up next, the Fujifilm, and the hurdle heights being adjusted and obviously moved to accommodate the extra 10 metres. Let's go back to the long jump.
Quinn Hartley there from Invercargill.
He was in the high jump as well.
No jump there, unfortunately, for Quinn. That opportunity.
The capital next year, we can get the shot put on the event schedule and see if we can take that record a little bit higher. What are you really hoping to? What do you think you're going to have to throw maybe at World Indoors?
I've got to be in 23 metre shape. World Indoors have a chance.
Not sure if we caught up on the result of the high jump, but did come to a conclusion during their concentration on the under 20 miles. But I see the board still out there at 224, so I might assume that Hamish Kerr either jumped 224 or that was his missed height. If people were looking for that, here it is.
And just like that on cue.
And no height for Hamish. He missed it 224 3 times, which leaves us with Marcus Walton at 208.
So I had heard that Hamish was going to come in at 212, so maybe with the conditions he decided to move that to 224, but yeah.
So a shock there. Quinn Hartley, who we've just seen on the long jump pit, 1 metre 93. But Hamish Kerr missing all 3 at 224, his opening height, so no height registered for Hamish. So we're not able to relive the joy of last year when he set a New Zealand record at 231.
Yeah, and as we were speaking earlier, obviously coming off that 228 recently, he's in good form.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what facilitated the 224 start.
Obviously, you've mentioned the meetings that are upcoming, and so busy for someone like Hamish. He can kind of pick and choose a bit. He elected not to go for a third attempt at 232 national record in Wanganui, even though he was closer to his second attempt, but given his busy schedule, and that again may have meant tonight that, as you say, he came in later than initially anticipated. I'll also try and catch up with where Lauren Boyle's at in the women's hammer throw, but I can see the cage being adjusted for her as she makes her way in there. Biggest throw I saw from her was just a touch under the 70 metre mark.
So we're running pretty close to time, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a very condensed schedule with our sprinters, which is unfortunate, but that's what we've had to do with COVID, to keep them in a pod. And I'd like to remind athletes, if you have finished...
So we have the 110 metre hurdles coming up on the track, 200 metre sprints to follow as well. Not a great deal of a gap between the 100 and 200, just because of the pod system that's being run here under the red light traffic system. Here's Lauren Bruce. Went well right there. I think it might be outside the area there from Lauren.
I think a few athletes over there warming up for the long jump were a little bit worried about how close that was getting to the track.
Yes, it's still gone nearly 70 metres, but
I have been hit by a discus running around a bend here at Newtown Park about 30 years ago, I think. So
not a rubber one, I take.
No, and I think it was New Zealand Secondary School's record holder at the time. So certainly coming fast, but I don't think that would compare to a hammer throw coming at you. But we see Dale Stevenson there talking to Lauren Bruce, Athletics New Zealand throws coach.
Lauren off to the Solar Power Throwing Academy tomorrow for their meeting there. She's also been doing very well with a shot put lately too. I think she might have recorded a personal best there recently, along with what she's been doing with the hammer.
Another safe jump there from Angus Liver. A number of these athletes we will see in this men's 110 metre hurdles in just a few minutes. We have already seen in competition across other events. Aaron Booth, as we said, I think 4th event for him tonight. Max Atwell. Obviously James Sandilands we saw in the 100 metres. I think Ethan Phillips was in there as well. And the 100 metre athletes we did see just a few minutes ago, they are all making their way over to the back straight. I just see there on screen Quinn Hartley just grabbing his hamstring, maybe a little bit of an injury there after that jump. He has had a big night with the high jump followed by the long jump. Now attention to Lewis Arthur of North Harbour Bays.
So 3 going to the blocks here for the 110 metre hurdles. Jared Neighbours on the outside, middle for James Sandilands and Tom Maloney. As they get underway, Tom Maloney off the inside, James Sandiland beside him, and striking an early hurdle there, Jared Neighbours on the outside. Tom Maloney is doing best, pulling clear on James Sandiland's head over the last flight, and Tom Maloney home comfortably from James Sandiland's and Jared Neighbours. Tom Maloney from Auckland City ran second in the Potts Classic in a 15:27, 20-year-old. We'll see what time he's posted here. Tonight led throughout from the blocks. Jared Neighbours took an early hurdle, 15:43. James Sandiland's 16:31, easing up over the concluding stages.
And obviously the confirmation there of those 2 athletes I'd introduced that maybe due to their the heavy schedule this evening, and as we were saying before with the COVID protocols in place, separation of the groups of athletes, sprinters, distance runners, field eventers, and that's necessitated those events being condensed. So the 100 metre, 200 metre events certainly only about 40 minutes apart. In fact, even now looking at the schedule, 7:10 was the men's 100 metres, 7:30 are the men's 200 metres. So about 20 to 30 minutes between those sprints for the men.
Lauren Bruce in the cage. I think this is her final throw. Nicole Bradley's just finished in second spot. And Lauren's final throw won't threaten her best so far. Nicole Bradley was 66 and 79, I think, her final throw, finishing in second spot. Nicole has made a fairly stunning comeback into the world of hammer throw, and is yet another around the 70-metre mark and beyond, like we have with Julie Ratcliffe and, of course, Lauren Bruce. And hopefully we'll give you confirmation of that final result in the hammer, but don't believe anything beyond the 70-metre mark tonight. 65.84 was Lauren's final throw. Clouds closing in here, Reese. They pushed the rain back as far as they could for us. Does look a little threatening over the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly what we've been hearing in the news coming up the west coast. Sounds like they've been getting the brunt of it, and expecting to come in here later this evening in Wellington. Grey clouds in the background. The wind's been picking up. Hoping that it holds off for these last sprints. And we get done with these 200-metre, whole series of 200-metre heats, and then we'll be into the last 4 races of the evening, men's and women's A and B 1500 metres. Some good fields lining up in both of them. A mixture of our top local athletes, and also good to see a lot of our top middle distance athletes travelling.
Julian Oakley will be the standout in the Team Ledger Harcourts 1500, the national champion.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I'm interested to see this women's 1500 metre A race. There are a whole bunch of North Harbour Bay's women that are coming down. Bridget Dennehy, Annika Grogan, Esther Cohen, Laura Nagel. They've been running really, really well this season. Susanna Lynch, the top athlete from Wellington at the moment. Charlotte Floodsmith-Ryan, former Wellington athlete that's now moved up to Auckland. Our local youngsters there, Maria Evelyn, Elisa Squire, Phoebe Squire, obviously Catherine Camp, don't want to miss her. She's going to be one of the favourites there in that women's 1500.
Catherine Kemp has the meeting record for the 800 metres here. She set in 2019. She's the 800 metre national champion. She ran a 4:44 mile, running 5th in that mile championship at the Cooks Classic. So Lauren Bruce wrapping up the women's hammer throw over Nicole Bradley. Try and get confirmation of her official winning throw. I believe it was 69 and change. And the men's long jump continuing in the back straight alongside those warming up for the 200 metres. There may be some defections from those fields.
The Team Ledger Harcourts men's 200 metres, 3 races tonight, starting with the C race coming up.
3 races being announced for the men's 200 metres. C race will be up first. We don't have official fields, so we'll do our best to let you know as they come round. He was competing.
Mitch Joint, North Harbour, Ryan Noon, Hastings, Cole Gibbons, Athletics Tyler, Liam Kilby, Hastings Athletics, Theo Almazan from Wanganui, and Jackson Woolley in the T38 from Tauranga.
Jackson Woolley in lane 8. Number 387.
Just a reminder to athletes, if you want to catch the shuttle, it's going any minute now out the back of your entry point.
Don't want it much darker here, Reece. No lights up the back of the stand. It's getting harder to read. You're a very practical man. That wind's picking up here and clouds condensing overhead as we prepare for the 200 metres.
So for those of you who are just joining us here on the live stream, big thanks to the Sky Sport Next team that's put this together. Obviously big thanks to Team Ledger Harcourts and Tony Rogers and the team here that has put the Capital Classic event together. We've got our last few events of the evening coming up. We've got several heats. I think we said 3 heats of the men's 200, then into the women's 200. And then we have 2 heats each of the women's 1500 and men's 1500 to cap off the evening.
On the blocks for the 200 metres C race, and we're underway.
Looks like showing through at the moment is Theo Almazan.
283.
Looks like Ryan Noom.
Looks like Ryan's going to take it out. Flying down 3 metres.
Ryan Noon home first, second to go by Liam Kilby. And also prominent there was Teo Almazan. 23:39. The winning time for Rylan Noom of Hastings, young 15-year-old runner.
And the start list for the second race, the B race in the men's 200 metre dash. Lane 2, Billy Northcote from Paraparaumu. Lane 3, Jonathan Maples, Nathan McDowell from Christchurch. Lane 5, Ryan Shooter, Hastings. Lane 6, Tyrone Trigo. And in lane 7, Beato Ionito from Queenstown. And the Paraparaumu's Ben Lambert in lane number 8.
Track events have finished up. Not sure if we've got results through of the men's long jump. We may be able to find those, which we saw some of in between the sprints, the 100 metres. B race for the men over 200 metres. Ryan Shotter in the middle in lane 5. Tyrone Trigo 359 next to him. Outside lane 233 is Ben Lambert. 244 Nathan McDonnell. In 4. as they take their marks. Team Ledger Harcourts men. It's B race.
Yes, they're away first time in the B race.
So a good start in what looks like lane 4 there from Nathan McDonnell.
And dominant on the bend, running to a clear lead.
Strong on the inside of him, lane 3, Jonathan Maples.
Comfortable win, Nathan McDonnell.
Ryan Schotter with a strong finish there, coming up, maybe picking up the second place.
And confirming our winner tonight in that race, Nathan McDonnell, 22.39 seconds there.
22.39 for the winner.
Second and 23.1, and just a smidgen behind him, Ryan Schotter.
Jonathan Maples second ahead of Ryan Schotter. Dominant win from the Christchurch Old Boys athlete Nathan McDonnell. And the field popping up for the A final. We did see Tian Wopton's name, so it looks like he will back up from the 100 metres earlier in the night. Not that I can see his, I can't see his rangy figure there, having said that. But back with the A race. And back in time for the men's A race. Unsure of our field here, but no Tian Wopton out there.
So strong run from the start from Zachary Saunders, it looks like, from Parapara Umu. And on the inside of him, going strong as well, Angus Liver. It looks like Zachary Saunders over Angus Liver.
Zachary Saunders, the Pakuranga Athletic Club athlete, 2020 Under-18 Championship. He ran a personal best at the Cook's Classic of 21.86. We'll see what he's recorded here with his narrow win in the men's A race over 200 metres.
And I don't know if you picked up on the name there, Josh Ledger.
Yeah.
Number 236.
From our team Ledger.
236, his father, obviously through the company team Ledger Harcourts behind the sponsorship of the Capital Classic, coming through for third place. So great to see Josh still out there running well.
Thousandth of a second over 22 seconds for Zachary Saunders tonight. Angus Liver 22.067 and Josh Ledger home in third place. Key players out of the 100 metres not backing up in the 200 tonight, as I guess you can understand, Reece, as we've mentioned, the tight turnaround between the two races necessitated by the sort of pod system that we're using tonight because of the red traffic light system.
Yeah, and obviously disappointment not to see Tian Wopton there flying down the home straight for a second time, but look, understandable. We're glad that the athletes have been able to make it to Wellington to compete and continue on. Obviously the great series, starting with Lovelock Classic back at the beginning of January. We've then had the Potts Classic over in Hastings, Cook's Classic last week with the New Zealand Mile Championships, and the junior 3,000 metre championships, and obviously here tonight at the Capital Classic. Move on up to Auckland with the major events up there, and on to the women's 200 metres.
Indeed, and we assume probably 3 divisions here again. Unfortunately, we don't have the final fields here, so we only have the entrance list in front of us. April Milne from Athletics Wairarapa, a comfortable victor here.
Yeah, looks like Brian Nicholson of Olympic Harrier Club there through in second place. And I also see the para athlete there, Anna Stephen, running well, might have come home for third.
28.397 time for April Milne over Brian Nicholson. 29.45 Vanessa Story third, 29.69. Field events packing down, packing away. Coaches return to the Brentwood Hotel with a number of the track athletes. 200 metre runners and 1500 metre runners to complete the card here for the 18th Capital Classic. Another heat of the women's 200 metres underway. Field of 5. Shannon Geary from Hastings dominant in this race, win very comfortably. Georgia Whiteman finishing third there. Shannon Geary was the winner, 25.79 over Emily Jackson, 26.78, and Georgia Whiteman in third, 27.01. It was the C race. I'm assuming we've got 4 heats there for the women. Underway in our latest women's 200 metre event. Field of 7. And it looks to be coming through the inside. Julia Burnham.
And Tamsin Harvey there. Looks like Tamsin Harvey coming through for the win.
Tamsin Harvey from Hill City. 25.79. She clocked 25 and 41 at the Cooks Classic. Narrow winner over Marielle Venida, 25.82. Michaela Fitty, 26.12. So they've just announced the field for the A final, and they did name Zoe Hobbs, but I can't see her there. Georgia Hulls is the 200 metre national champion, and she should be hard to beat in lane number 4.
Rosie Elliott in 6 and Amy Robertson in 7.
Amy Robertson coming off her 100 metre hurdles victory. Rosie Elliott has been taken here by Georgia Hulls, the national champion, who's driven to the lead. Rosie Elliott trying to respond the outside, but Georgia Hulls will kick and hold in the women's A200.
And Amy Robertson coming through over Jordan Blake, it looks like, there for 3rd place.
Impressive from Georgia Hulls, 22-year-old national champion over this distance. Ran 2nd in the 100 metres behind Zoe Hobbs at the Potts Classic. 23.84. Her time, not Zoe Hobbs though, it's Georgia Hulls. The winner over Rosie Elliott and Amy Robertson in 3rd.
So it looks like some quick rearranging there in the timing booth to get those names sorted out. Obviously the difficulties with an event like this, with the condensing of those sprint events, about half an hour between these 100s and 200s. So a number of these athletes are deciding to forego the 200.
Good to see Georgia Hulls nonetheless, and obviously would have been a good clash with Zoe Hobbs. Zoe not running too many 200s these days, although she was entered for it tonight. So just ignore the Zoe Hobbs top of the book there. It goes Georgia Hulls, confirmed winner over Rosie Elliott, Amy Robertson and Jordan Blake. 1,500 metres to wrap up the program. Again, got good numbers nominated for both men's and women's.
Yeah, look, great to see these big fields, especially an opportunity for those young athletes that ran in the miles earlier, running for those national championships. Get to stand on the sidelines now and watch 2 highly competitive fields of New Zealand's top male and female 1,500 metre runners. Yeah, Esther Cohen, Laura Nagel, Annika Grogan. There's a good field lining up here. Catherine Camp is going to test herself over the 1,500.
Meeting record held by Angela Petty at 4:20.75. You were talking about earlier with her being pregnant and obviously not running at the moment, but she has been a regular here at the Capital Classic.
So 156 there, Bridget Dennehy. Cara McDermott on the outside there, 2:42, was a junior phenom coming through, still going strong into the senior women's ranks. The tall figure in the middle there, Charlotte Floodsmith-Ryan, now running for North Harbour Bays. I think the athlete on the outside there, 361, might be the pacemaker. On the inside, 188, Annika Grogan. Just inside her, 186, Charlotte Greenwood. And 223 there, Esther Cohen. Esther Cohen from Auckland. 373, Kerry White. Athlete who has competed in the States, was attending university over there. Number 338 in the centre from Wellington Harriers, Eliza Squire. And just outside her, number 273, Laura Nagel.
Too keen, some of them. They'll be asked to take their mark again. The flag's been blowing a little more in the centre now. Reece, how would you describe conditions for them for the 1500?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell again from up here in the back of the stand. We are a little bit protected. The wind does look as though it has dropped a little bit. We do tend to see this here around 8 o'clock on these kind of evenings at Newtown Park. But a good fast start here for these women. Esther Keon, Laura Nagel going to the front, Cara McDermott. As I said, 361 there, looks as though she might be out there to set a decent pace. So I'm just skipping back to previous events, see if we can get a name for the pacemaker here. Yeah, looks like Rosa Twyford from University of Canterbury setting the pace there. Laura Nagel followed by Cara McDermott, Annika Grogan and Esther Keon. The usual suspects, a bunch of women there from the same training group there at North Harbour Bays. Seen Laura Nagel and the girls talking on social media about the success of that training group. Number of those athletes under Paul Hamblin up there in Auckland. Those who can remember far enough back, fourth place there, just dipped for a medal at the Commonwealth Games, Paul Hamblin, back in 2006. So he's now passing on his middle distance knowledge to a number of these girls.
Laura Nagel coming off the back of the mile championship win at the Cooks, personal best and championship record, and the 3,000 metre New Zealand championship, the Potts Classic. So she certainly had a big last month.
Yeah, she had a good career in the States at the Providence College, and she's slowly built back into the form that she's in here now that she's back in New Zealand. But she's looking strong there. Cara McDermott, once again an athlete who has come back to some good performances in the last couple of years as a senior athlete. Annika Grogan just in behind them. Esther Cohen still sitting in close. Looks like Kerry White.
Pacemaker pulling.
So Rose has done her work at the front. Looks like Tilly Hollier from South Canterbury also doing well, hanging on the back, just on the shoulder there of Kerry White.
Laura Nagel leading Cara McDermott. Coming round into the front straight.
And Annika Grogan there, the third athlete that's hanging on the back of those two leading athletes.
Gap opening up between our top three.
Annika Grogan is in third.
3:14 with 1 lap to go.
Bridget Dennehy just leading that second pack there.
Laura Nagel kicking hard here though, and Laura McDermott and Annika Grogan with no response for now. Grogan moving to a clear second over McDermott.
Annika Grogan hasn't given up.
Yeah, Grogan looking good down the back straight, but there's a good 5 metre gap there from Laura Nagel.
And extending now Nagel. That lead over Grogan. McDermott coming back to try and close on Grogan again as they come to the corner.
So Annika Grogan and Laura Nagel, two of our athletes that we have seen head over to the States run well in America. Great to see them back on New Zealand soil and competing well at this top level, going for a pretty solid time. Meet record here set by Angie Petty, 4:20.75.
And she will run that very close. Laura Nagel the winner.
She's going to make us wait for the official result for that, set in 2018. We know Sam Petty's here. I haven't seen Angie around, but I'm sure if she's here on the sidelines or watching the live coverage here on YouTube at Sky Sport Next, she will be probably disappointed to see her record maybe get challenged like that, but also pretty happy to see a good competitive field out there challenging it.
So we'll have the official time through shortly. 4:20.75 the time to beat. Laura Nagel, 29-year-old from North Harbour Bays, off the back of a 3,000 metre New Zealand Championship victory at the Potts Classic, and it was 5 years after her last New Zealand Championship. Won the mile at the Cooks, the personal best, 4:35.23.
And she's done it.
And the meeting record.
4:19.89.
4:19.89, new meet record for the 1,500 metres, and no mean record either, Reece.
Grogan, 4:21.77.
No, look, in these conditions, pretty much ran it solo from about 500 metres out. Really good, strong last lap, but good to see Annika Grogan coming through. Cara McDermott as well, running really strong. Good solid performances for those girls.
And the last race to wrap the 18th Capital Classic is after the chief sponsor, Team Ledger Harcourts 1,500 metre men's A race, featuring the national champion Julian Oakley.
Here we go, about to jump the men's A race in the 1,500 metres.
Laura Nagel victorious in the middle there, number 273. Julian Oakley coming off the 3:58.88 mile at...
Yeah, so the figure to watch there in the middle of the field. Extending them back up in the green strip of Tauranga Ramblers, 2:85 Julian Oakley. Got the Christchurch Old Boys strip on the outside. I think maybe we will be seeing pacemaker there coming from that, 1:74. So it's Dylan Ford. Well, as he drops in, maybe not. Sam Petty, we saw him out the front doing some pace work earlier.
Pacemaking specialist today, Sam Petty.
As they come round into the home straight, got 3 laps to run. I'm hearing Sam Petty setting the pace at this
So confirmation of that from our announcers here at the ground. Sam Petty down to set the pace. And Dylan Ford from Christchurch Old Boys may be joining in with that, currently sitting in second place. Julian Oakley there in third.
Second place at this stage, Dylan Ford.
And Russell Green from Hill City, a tall athlete, just in behind Julian Oakley.
Ran third in the mile championship at the Cooks, so he's in solid form.
I see James Corbett and Noah McDermott also just in behind there.
Petty pulls away.
As the pacemaker drops out with just over 2 laps to go.
So Oakley tucked in the trail here.
So we've got a meet record here set by Julian Oakley himself. 3:41.96 set in 2021.
A bit of pushing there at the back, Baji.
So 3:41, it's right on about 60-second pace. So they're wanting to go through in just under 2 minutes. They have done that. They've gone through in about 1:59.5. So they're on pace for that 3:41, 3:42 range. It's sub 4 minute mile pace.
Russell Green just losing the back of Julian Oakley here as Ford pulls away and Oakley's on his own 600 metres out. Russell Green looking to hang on, and they've put a gap of 15 metres on the others.
So Oakley from Jared Monk. Oakley set the meet record last year of 3:41.96. That's what he's chasing. Jared Monk ran well on the mile along the way last week. Chasing him hard.
So Oakley leading Green with a lap to go. They get the bell. 2:46.
So went through in 2:46. So around about 3:45 pace. So Julian just keeping an eye over his shoulder. He's doing what he can to keep his position. He knows the time's not going to be there as it was in 2021.
Julian Oakley bringing it home up the straight. Take out the Team Ledger Harcourts 1,500 metres over again Russell Green.
But a good solid run, 60-second pace around the track for Julian for 3 3/4 laps. About 3:45. So a good solid performance for a solo run out the front there after those pacemakers dropped out. Good to see Julian backing up after a couple of strong weeks there with the 3,000 metres. The mile last week at Cook's Gardens. I think it's off the back of a 10,000 metre national championship, a New Zealand 1,500 metre championship in 2021. I remember seeing him here at Newtown Park. I interviewed him here at Newtown Park. I think it must have been 10 years ago, 2011, maybe 2012. We were here winning New Zealand secondary schools 1,500 metres.
And of course, the people have worked hard here tonight, the volunteers and officials, to make sure we do this meeting safely.
Obviously, we lost him for a couple of years. He headed off to the States. He's been running, competing in the US. He's now back in New Zealand, and great to see him now really bursting through in the last kind of 18 months and really making huge strides in some of the times and some of the performances. So 3:45.187 there for Julian Oakley. A good solid run there from Russell Green. Harry Ewing, another athlete that was competing in the States. He's come back to New Zealand and again, and good solid run from him, 3:49. Now we're on to the second heat of the women's 1,500, our second to last race of the night. And you can see out there the local talent coming through from Wellington Harrier Club. Sister of Eliza Squire we saw earlier, Phoebe Squire leading. just in behind her, another one of her teammates, Lola Campbell. And it looks like Saskia Cosgrove-Drayton is our athlete there in third place.
And just tucked behind her is
And
Lola
Bryn
Campbell.
Gordon from Port Hills Athletics.
Tucked in nicely there, sitting pretty.
So no pacemakers in this B heat from the looks of it, so they are doing the work out the front by themselves, but it's Phoebe Squire from Wellington Harriers leading Lola Campbell there.
A nice little pack of 5 athletes have, looks like they've pulled away, formed their own little group up the front there. That could be where the places they're going to go at this stage. Coming down with just over 2 laps to go.
So it looks like Lola Campbell and Saskia Cosgrove-Drayton, they've moved up into first and second. On the outside of them still Bryn Gordon.
Phoebe Squire still tucked in there as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Stephanie Walker from Fielding Moa. Another club around New Zealand that is seeing a resurgence not only of junior athletes but also of senior athletes coming back. So some great work being done up there in Fielding to grow that club again. And Phoebe Squire going wide as to go down the back straight. They've got just over a lap and a half remaining.
Top 5 here, with about 600 metres to go.
But it's Bryn Gordon setting the pace, 600 metres remaining in this B race of the women's 1500 metres. It's the Roger Robinson women's 1500 metre race. So Bryn Gordon still leading from Phoebe Squire.
Saskia Cosgrove-Drayton third, lap to go.
So it's Bryn Gordon starting to stretch out a little bit as they hit 300 metres remaining. On the outside, Stephanie Walker running off the shoulder of Phoebe Squire. But a good strong last lap coming here from Bryn Gordon. So Port Hills athlete. So running in the pack there through the first 3 laps, but this last lap she's really strung it out.
Very strong run from Bryn Gordon, and although they had a pack of 5 for some time, she's really put them away in this final lap for a big win, about 40 metres clear.
And a good strong finish from Phoebe Squire, the local athlete. And Stephanie Walker there coming through for third. And I believe that's Cosgrove-Drayton. So Saskia Cosgrove-Drayton there coming through in fourth. I think Maria Revelant there as well, another one of their training group, Wellington Harriers. I get the privilege of getting to see a lot of these young athletes coming through clubs like Wellington Harriers at the local events here in Wellington, New Zealand Wellington Secondary Schools events. And yeah, we're seeing these girls come through, they're running, they compete in these B races. Next year we'll see some of them in the A races. We start to see them winning the national championships, winning medals over the next few years. So it's really exciting to see, especially such a big group training together and building up. And then obviously we see in the senior women's what it translates to is a group like Paul Hamblin has up with the North Harbour Bays girls up in Auckland.
And we saw an extraordinary performance from young Bo Ritchie earlier in the under-20 mile championship, and what potential she has.
Yeah, I think that's it. I remember as a youngster coming through, obviously we had the Marley Games back in those days, smoke-free games series, but it was very difficult as a young athlete to get an entry to be able to compete in those events, and so I think that's something that's changed a lot in the sport in New Zealand. We have these Grand Prix events, they're live telecast here on SkysportNext, and not only do we have Tom Walsh's and Tori Peters and Zoe Hobbs competing, but we also have these young athletes that get an opportunity. Maybe they don't get to run in the A race as a junior, but they get the opportunity to line up and warm up and compete against and alongside some of our top athletes. So yeah, it really is interesting to see how the sport's changed, but the opportunity it gives some of these young athletes, it's great. Indeed.
And still a large contingent for the men's B race.
Yeah, I think nothing changes. You put on a 1500 metre at Newtown Park and you get 50 people turn up. So we just need to sort out the lighting system here so we can run these a little bit later in the evening when this wind really dropped.
Yeah, indeed.
So I remember running myself once a number of years ago. Kiwi Milers Club was a thing that had been set up to try and help promote some fast running in the middle distances. I remember running a fast 1500 here with Ben Ruth, Paul Hamblin. We had the cars out on the track lighting up the finish line so they could get this electronic timing going. It was quite an atmosphere.
Yeah. Certainly quite gloomy here now, but this is the final race of the 18th.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm struggling to see my race lists here and actually make sure we've got some of these names right. But it's Bren Brunner from Wellington Scottish. Not sure whether he's pacing or whether he's just going to take this race out. Just in behind him, he's got number 346, Thomas Strawbridge from Trentham United Harriers. Once again, these B races turning into a little bit of a local affair. It's a mixture of junior athletes from around the country and some of our up-and-coming local stars.
Looks like George Gurin in their third after his impressive performance earlier tonight.
Second place so far, number 346, Thomas Strawbridge from Trentham, just down the road, of course.
So it's Ben Brunner still leading from Thomas Strawbridge. It's the athlete number 391 there in next place. I think Mark's just looking for him. I think it's Gurin there in third place.
In third and starting to move around as Strawbridge runs up on the shoulder of this leader, and they pack up quite tightly in behind.
Yeah, I think Ben Brunner, the pace is slowing down there at the front, and as they start to come around him, I think the wind's dropped, so maybe they're all waiting for the kick coming towards the end. As it looks like Papanui Tok H athlete Logan Cowie, he's moved his way into second, just in behind Gurin.
And as you can see, the field's still fairly bunched at the top there with 800 metres in about 2 minutes 14. As the light begins to fade here at Newtown Park.
So it looks like we've got James Harcourts from Wellington Scottish. He's made a bit of a move up in the last lap. Coming around with about 500 metres remaining in this B race of the men's 1500. The last event of the night here at the Team Ledger Harcourts Capital Classic here in Wellington. But it's Harcourts on the outside. He's going well. He's just moving past Logan Cowie, the Papanui Tok H athlete who's been leading for this third lap.
And Strawbridge hanging in for the fight.
So as they head around through 3 laps, 300 metres remaining, it's Logan Cowie now leading from Thomas Strawbridge. The young athlete Harcourts now starting to drop back. And George Gurin, big night for him.
Found renewed strength, kick back to the lead. Cowie not done with. And he's having a chat on the way past. And Logan Cowie will kick away to score. Thomas Strawbridge
Papanui Tok
drive to
H.
second.
Papanui Tok H teammates there.
George Gurin.
Logan
third.
Cowie and George Gurin. A little bit of a chat down the home straight, saying hi. Just thanking him for setting the pace there, I think, in that last lap. But a good, strong finish from both those athletes. It's a great, exciting way to finish off the action there on the track.
Logan Cowie victorious in our last with the kick over the concluding stages. Thomas Strawbridge kicking into second, and George Gurin hanging in for third after taking the race to them across the top. We'll wrap the
So I know
final result shortly.
Yeah, obviously we may get some final results pop up before our credits do start to roll. I know that now that the events on the track have wrapped up, our coverage finishes up pretty quickly. So look, a big thanks to you, Mark, and I'll hand over to you for your usual wrap-up here of the events.
I want to thank to you, Reece, obviously too, and to Richard and all the team who have brought us the action here through Sky Sports Next. Here is the final result with Logan Cowie in a 4:02.33. Thomas Strawbridge 4:03 and 20. We'll pick up third and fourth before we wrap for the day. Obviously the under 20 miles were a highlight, having Rod Dixon here, who had won in 1969 and hadn't been run again since. And tonight we saw that resurrected and the inaugural under 20 mile championship. George Gurin there confirmed third, 4:03.69, and that wraps up our final race of the night. Handful of meeting records here, some outstanding performances in the field. On behalf of Reece Buck and Mark Rosanowski, we will sign off from the 18th Team Ledger Harcourts Capital City Classic.
Thank you.